Spoilercast-SMTN.
How's it going, everybody, and welcome to Shin Megami Tensei Network Link169. I'm your host, Spencer Presley, and joining me for a very spoiler-filled spoilercast is Nyarly.
What's up?
So, Nyarly, I've been berating you, making fun of you, doxing you. I've been doing everything I can to get you to beat Persona 5 Royal as quickly as possible, and you got so desperate you even quit your job. Is that true?
Well, I mean, it wasn't... I didn't quit my job just to play P5 Royal. It was also because I had summer school coming up.
Good excuse. Good excuse. So both of us have beaten Persona 5 Royal, given to us by a company who will give us nothing else, but they'll give us free game codes. So thank you, Atlas, for providing both of us review codes. You know what was funny after I did my review and I mentioned that Atlas gave us review codes? I was like, I didn't actually have to disclose that because technically they didn't give us review codes. They gave us streamer codes.
Yeah.
And I've streamed this game twice. But either way, I'm sure both of us are probably going to talk about this game way, way, way more than most of the people who kind of reviewed it and just moved on to other stuff. But I have been really wanting to talk about this in a spoiler cast for a very, very long time. Originally, while I was playing through it, and even as I was texting you, I was very kind of down the further I got. When you start this game, we were both very, very high. I'm texting you, and I even have my logs of when I'm at the almost second to last palace of the game. I'm like, this sucks. Nothing's different, man. This fucking ending is terrible. And then I get to the third semester. I think almost as soon as the new year started and I got to the big twist, I just text you say, nah, it's good now. Don't worry, it's good. Because I was wondering when I was texting you this, were you kind of matching my emotions, or how are you feeling as I was just texting you man, this gets really bad at the end?
I mean, surprisingly, I was actually kind of impressed with it. I mean, granted, I did go into it with pretty low expectations, but when I saw the changes they made, like the persona traits and some of the combat changes, like the guns and the new portraits and stuff, I'm like, yeah, I like this a lot better than the original game.
Yeah. So before we get into super, super big spoilers, so if you have not already beaten the game and want to hear a little bit of some non-spoiler talk, Nyarly and I are going to be talking about our original impressions of the first game, because even though it's already been out for 3 years, there's not really been a lot of times of both of us kind of talking about what we think of it in terms of really in-depth stuff. So we're not going to get super deep into vanilla P5, but more so before you played Royal, where was your headspace at if someone went up to you and said, hey, what did you think of Persona 5?
I'd say I think it's a good game, but I don't think it's 12 out of 10 best Atlas game, best Persona game. I want to go back and play it 100 times. That's basically my opinion on it. I think it's just, for Persona standards, I think it's okay.
I think actually it's important, though, to note with context. Remember, I feel like Royal is the first time the series has had oh my god, it's the perfect game, 10 out of 10. I think 5 got really hot, middling 9s, it was a really good 9, but I don't think you ever heard anyone the narrative is now with Royal, of people being this is GOATY.
Right.
And obviously, context all included, 2017 was super stacked. Do you even remember what your game of the year was that year? Because I think for me it was probably Breath of the Wild, but 2017 was a weird year, so I might be forgetting a lot of stuff, because there was also Prey, Mario
There's
Odyssey.
Nier Automata, there's Horizon Zero Dawn. My game of the year 2017 was Resident Evil 7.
Oh, yeah. I still might have given it to Zelda just because a little bit of fanboyism, but I actually replayed a little bit of RE7 just to scare my girlfriend, just because it's very PT-like and kind of especially its opening. Oh,
yeah.
That is a good one. So that's your GOATY of that year. That's surprising. Okay, so, any other, kind of further thoughts of, okay, it wasn't the best game ever, but, what was the kind of lasting impression, as the years sort of came closer to Royal's release?
Well, okay, there is one other thing I want to say about Persona 5. It's like, I'm going to be honest, part of the reason I'm so harsh, like, with the original might be because you remember how long that game was delayed, right? Winter 2014 became 2015, then became summer 2016, then became spring 2017. Like, they kept delaying this game for quality assurance. Then when I played it and, like, I see all these things that just aren't addressed by they just weren't addressed from Persona 3 and 4, but then it adds a couple problems of its own. I'm just like, did I really wait 2.5 years for this?
Okay, weird tangent. Are you going to feel that way about 5? Do you think? Do you think the delays of 5? It's not even fair to say delays. They've never given us a date. Do you think the prolonged development is going to make you have a more critical eye about any of the flaws in 5?
You mean like Shin Megami Tensei 5?
Yeah. With SMT5, because of like how like this has also like been also a very prolonged development for them. Not as long as P5, obviously, but do you think you've hit that point with P5? Do you think you've hit the point with SMT5 like the original P5 where you're almost holding it against it, whether fairly or not?
Yes.
So
It's like I am going to be very critical with Shin Megami Tensei 5 when it comes out.
see, I find it kind of interesting that your first big takeaway of the original 5, especially because of its problems, is QA stuff. I think there's a lot of issues, especially in the original release, in terms of like polish, especially when it comes to like some of the localizations and like errors and like just little things like that. Especially like there are even some like debug glitches.
Right.
But, like for me, I think the Western audiences always kind of forget the development time that like they had, and they've never really been great about talking about it unless you like follow the Japanese like interviews, because like P5 went through so many weird like. What's really funny, and not a lot of people really know this, especially of like P3. Like, remember how crazy the wait was between P2 and P3 and how many different weird iterations they went through with, like, gameplay systems, camera angles, protagonists? They kind of did the same thing with 5, but for whatever reason, they just kept it so much more hush-hush. Because, like, even though Persona was popular in the early 2000s, like, you would have people on message boards being like, where's the next Persona for Persona 3?
Yeah, I
But
remember that.
but it wasn't like with P5. Like, P5, the joke was, when's our next Persona 4 spinoff, and when is P5 getting delayed?
Oh, yeah.
So that's kind of interesting, because I don't really hold that more of against it of, my big thing when it comes to, like, the Atlas US side of the issues has always kind of been, like, I wish, like, there would have been a moment where, like let's take, for example, Sony. If the PS5 totally sucks, we are going to have seen the signs. People have been leaving Sony. There have been issues, like developers have publicly talked about being unhappy with Sony the past couple of years because like they're so high up on their horse, it would not be that surprising to see them make a PS3 era kind of like cockiness mistake. But we
Right.
don't have that moment with like Atlas USA. Like there's not a moment where we're like, hey, when did the games get less good for localization? Because like I feel like it just happened with P5. Like even all their other stuff, I never remembered even playing stuff, whether it be like Persona 4 Arena or even Conception 2. There weren't moments when I was looking at those games' localization script being like, ooh, this is rough.
I mean, it didn't really have to do with the script, but in Apocalypse there was that game-breaking bug that would crash your game in the North American and European versions.
Yeah, very good point. But I feel like those are also kind of like in the same boat.
But yeah, I mean, that also came like right before P5.
Which is insane to think that we got. I mean, like the time of like playing P5 in English, we got SMT4 and Apocalypse in the same time. I'm just waiting for 5.
Yeah.
So, any other kind of final thoughts for yourself, at least, of like looking back at the original P5? So, disappointed in some aspects. Anything like favorable that sort of stuck out, or other lasting impressions?
I'd say the graphics. I mean, Persona 5 looks really good, even the original. And that's about it, actually. I mean, 'cause that's the thing about Persona 5. It's like what it does. I feel like other games do better. Like I just rather play Persona 3. Put it that way.
I have never been like more offended, like not by you saying this. I see people say that, and it like boggles my mind. Like I had someone on Twitter, and I won't call him out because he definitely does not like me. Uh, he was like, I can't get into Royal. I think I just gotta go back and play the original like version of P3. Like not
Okay,
portable, not FES, like
okay. If we're talking the originals, then I would definitely play P5 over that. But the main reason P3P is my favorite Persona game, or sorry, but the main reason P3 is my favorite Persona game is because of portable.
yeah, but it's just one of those weird ones for me of like, even if you don't like P5, like the fact that like I've never had that moment while playing like anything after where I'm like, yeah, man, like I just can't believe that P3 like does this better for like playing and stuff. Of like, I feel like if you've replayed a game a bunch, I could understand kind of wanting to flip back and forth. But I like, for all the positives or criticisms I could ever say about Persona 5 Royal, there was never a moment where I was playing this being like, fuck, dude, I gotta put Golden back in. I gotta get back to this game. So it's just really weird to me, like how people kind of have that nostalgia for P3, but I don't know. Is it just one of those things of like I have to feel like for JRPGs I gotta be in such a mood to go back, especially just because I have so many backlogs of games I still need to get to. Like big ones for me are like I still want to beat Summon Night 6, I still want to beat more of the Trails games. Like so, what is it about like P3 that like makes you ever be like, oh, I'd rather be playing this?
Well, it's just like the flow of the game is faster, and I think the story is more interesting. Like, I guess the flow of the game is faster. Like, characters don't need to explain the same thing to me 5 times in a row. I think the balancing to the combat is better, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay,
And I think the story is better.
so I don't know if you saw this on Twitter. This is another weird tangent.
And the main reason, no Morgana.
All right, I'm not gonna be like one of those weird Morgana defenders in like the sense of like I don't understand why people like act like defending Morgana should be like a form of white knighting, but like I've never understood the mascot hate. I always like Teddy. I mean, let's be honest. If you don't like Koromaru, you're just a bad person. Like I've never met
I
anyone who doesn't like
I
Koromaru.
love Koromaru,
Um, but no,
and I also like Aigis.
I saw she. I guess she is almost kind of in that weird mascot era, especially because like with like dancing, like she's the logo. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But no, like I was. Oh, I hate that I just realized Aegis is a mascot character. That makes me actually feel kind of gross. So did you like see there's like a thing going around recently on Twitter of like me remembering Persona 3 and me starting Persona 3 again. It's like a girl really really happy and then it's just her like super depressed. Like I love the idea like people are so nostalgic for this game that's really fucking dark and sad.
Yeah.
It's like, God, dude, I just gotta like I gotta remember why like I hate losing my friends, you know? I just gotta get back and playing this game. Whereas like
But
whereas like I'll
yeah,
look back at nostalgia and be like, because like I think it's almost like goes to show of like why there's more like memes out of stuff like Persona 4 and 5 than like 3. Because like there are silly moments in Persona 3, but like it's a like you can tell with that like darker setting and theming, like you don't get as much of it.
yeah. But I mean, like the main reason I don't, or the main reason I hate Morgana, it's not even so much that I find him annoying, because like I don't like Teddy either. I think he's annoying, but he wasn't with me the entire game. Morgana is, and he's always there telling you to go to sleep or telling you can't do this. It's like there's nothing like that in Persona 3.
This is going to be a hot take, but is also about my opinion of the original P5. I think all the people who memed Morgana saying go to bed or were like hating on Morgana for being like the most nagging parent ever, I could not believe how out of like overblown that felt to me. And I know I was coming to the party very late, like over 3 years or whatever, but like no moment in Persona 5 was I ever playing the vanilla one being like, damn it, Morgana. Just let me do this one thing. It was very weird, like, especially because like I was blowing through the original one because I was like I wasn't ever rushing while playing Royal, but I was definitely rushing to beat 5 because I was like I don't like I'll savor the story, but like all the flavor text, let's get it out of here. So to give my little side of like what did I think of P5, it's really mixed in not even as many ways as Royal, just because Royal gets a lot deeper to some issues. I definitely agreed after beating it. I was surprised at how uneven the tone was. Like, it definitely knew its theme of the story, um, but it definitely kind of loses its, like, hey, how serious of the tone are we keeping through this whole plot, which definitely hurts it in parts. That being said, though, I was amazed at how little I ever heard people complain about the last part of that game. I don't think I've ever had a JRPG in so many years be like, wow, this was a great ending. And then I go back into Mementos for the final adventure. I'm like, why? The whole section, I'm like, why is this in the game? There's no point for this to be here. Like, you could have just ended it after Shido.
Pretty much. I mean, and also, it just kind of felt like Shido came out of nowhere.
No,
Like,
that one I don't get, because, like, they foreshadow him, if anything, too much. Like, they give you shots of Shido, like, the buffet was good because it's been a good amount of time between the flashback and that, and you never saw his character art at first, and you're like, oh, I think that's that guy. But then you eventually get to a point, like, after Makoto, where, like, every palace you beat, you're seeing, like, something related to Shido. Like, the guy who they show too much, in all honesty, that, like, I still can't believe he's even in Royal. The SIU director does not need to fucking exist. He is a middleman you never meet and just dies. Like, why is he in that game's story?
yeah.
Like, he doesn't even get a name. That's how not important he is. But, like, can you believe how much screen time they give that guy in both versions of the game?
Right.
It's so odd to me. Because, like, wouldn't it be more mysterious? Because, like, and there's no reason to tell the player. In both games. Like, when the SIU director is talking, yes, you don't know who he's talking to, but he's saying everything that's going to happen. Like, he straight up tells you when you're about to get, like, sold out. He straight up tells you, like, when Nijima's about to get put on the case and how everything's being fixed. It's, like, little weird storytelling things like that, like, I really don't get. Like, the more I got into the game, I really didn't like I liked Sai Nijima as a character a lot. I hated that the only place they could use her is in flashbacks.
Yeah, that's another thing I didn't like.
I think if they ditched the flashbacks, especially for Royal, that would have been really easy, because, like, there's no reason to have to show us that.
It just kills the immersion. It's like you start a social link and then it takes you to a flashback. It's like, yeah, thanks for interrupting the game to tell me that.
See, that's not even the worst examples. Those are frequent and really annoying. The ones that I don't like are, like, before you start Akumura's palace, oh, you killed this guy. Like, I haven't even fucking met this guy. You just tell me, like, I know what's gonna happen. Like, you've spoiled all the suspense, and it's just, like, these weird moments of, like, it would have been so much more fun if, like, and even Akechi is not, like, perfectly handled in the original, but I actually still like his performance.
It was what he was going to do. It was super obvious.
Well, no, not even that he, like, backstabs you. Like, if Nijima was put into the story like Akechi, where he, like, bumps into you on accident. It's like, oh, hi there, you go to the same school as my sister. Like, you see her, like, a little bit during the Futaba storyline, but, like, there's no reason for you guys to ever interact, but, like, the fact that it feels the story thinks the only way they can have time between Joker and Sai is during the flashbacks, which is, like, the only part that pays off with that is when it's revealed that, like, he's not actually there in reality. Like, that's a great moment. That moment would have been just as great if you had that whole moment, like, without the flashbacks. Like, you could still make that reveal work, you know? Like, there was nothing about having to flash back and forward all the time, and it felt super, super uneven. And, like, the whole time while I'm playing, I'm like, why, though? Because, like, they've never really done this before with, like, flashing backwards and forwards, and I felt like, and this is another weird, like, complaint. I don't mean to be complaining this much, but a weird one of, like, why did the truth serum get injected at the beginning and literally only, like, affected his remembering of the story at the very end? Like, hey, you have those, like, 3 scenes where they kind of, like, fade out in white. I'm like, Why was this not more of a thing? Because then if you want, like, make it more like, have you ever seen the movie Memento?
I have not.
Okay, you've probably seen the dumb meme of, like, it's a picture of something and he flips it around and it's like, don't trust his lies or whatever. Of, like, a story that's being told both backwards and forwards in time. It would be interesting if there was, like, more jumps in time. Of, like, oh, fuck, what happened in August? Well, I need to go back and remember what happened in February, but I don't remember what happened in March, so I can't go back to February. Like, if they played around with, like, and obviously that's, like, a really, really difficult way to tell stories. Like, the only video game I can think of that did non-linear storytelling, and I like this, but I know a lot of people hate it. Did you ever play Beyond Two Souls?
Nuh-uh.
Do you know what game that is?
Yes.
Okay, at least if you knew what the Willem Dafoe game is, I feel a little bit better. But yeah, there were weird like storytelling things that I was just so surprised of like. It, like honestly, the more I played Vanilla P5, I was like, wow, this game, and I don't mean to sound as mean as it is, because I love the gameplay loop. It is very fun to play. The music is really, really great. But there were moments where I was like playing Vanilla P5, and I'm like, wow, I see why all like for the most part a lot of like this game's attempts at spinning off into other media has not been profitable, because whether you like it or not, this game has been coasting on its presentation for years. And like
Right.
its story has great crumbs, but the trail leading you to the end isn't very like satisfying. It's very uneven. It's very weird, and the
Like
same thing goes into Royal.
like it had I'll say this, like in the beginning it had my attention, but then as the plot went on I just lost interest more and more, because like that first arc with Kamoshida, like I really wanted to just beat the crap out of that guy.
It is actually kind of amazing how good of an opening Persona 5 is. In almost all
Exactly.
because like they've got a great hook, they've got a great villain, it's got a great intro for meeting new characters and tutorializing things but without making it feel crappy. So like they do a really great job, and it kind of sucks because you're right. It's not like the story gets bad as that you play along, but I cared about the story for different reasons. I wasn't excited to bust into Madarame's palace because oh my god, I'm the Phantom Thieves. I was like, I want to know about Yusuke. Tell me about this character. Like what's going on with the counterfeits. But I didn't care about the main plot. And the same thing goes with Makoto. I wanted to know like Makoto does actually is a good example of showing us more than we need to for a character, but in a way that like makes us feel emotionally attached to her. Because you actually mentioned before Royal started, you weren't the biggest Makoto fan, right?
No, I wasn't.
That really like surprised me because like there were so many moments in the original game, and especially with Royal, of like though like that moment where like her sister says like what good are you basically, and then immediately going into the next day of like the vice principal and the gang basically telling her off for like just being like a snitch, like that hits so much harder because if you just saw it from the Phantom Thieves side it'd be like wow, like Makoto's like such a bitch, like why would
Yeah,
anyone like her.
exactly.
So like they do little bits of good things like that, but you're right, like the Shido narrative is very very like uneven in terms of its quality. Its most interesting hooks to me, like I don't know about you, like the biggest takeaways I have for Shido, and this is like not a knock at all. This is honestly, I love the Akechi ties to him. I wish there was anything else more to that. It's really a bummer that like we couldn't get any like even a conversation about his mom, like nothing. And I'm aware like they left him open for very obvious reasons, but I would have really liked to delve into that like love child like bastard father syndrome stuff. Like I think that could have been handled a lot more interestingly. His
Hmm.
design is amazing. Like when he's made out of people, I'm amazed actually how good that looks. But at the same time, I'm also hilariously entertained that no one spoiled this for me as a giant Metal Gear Rising fan. He's literally just like a low budget. He's the Netflix adaptation Senator Armstrong.
Well, I mean, I've played Metal Gear Rising, so
Okay, so that blows my mind. If not for the fact that you haven't had that final boss, like spoiled for you. If you don't ever plan on playing Metal Gear Rising, first off, shame on you. It's like probably my favorite Platinum game, Bayonetta included. Um, the final boss is literally just a more ridiculous Donald Trump, and it's like the best ending boss fight ever. It just keeps escalating because like the game has a giant Metal Gear moment fight where it's like, fuck, dude, you had to take down this crazy Metal Gear. And then the guy who is like the vice president of the United States who plans on being the president comes out, and it's like, oh, what am I just like gonna fight a dude? Because like you've been fighting crazy robots this whole game, and this dude goes on a 30-minute speech as he keeps getting buffed up and beating Raiden's ass into the ground of like literally what just sounds like sadly now realistic Donald Trump speeches. Like it's one of the most insane like scale ups in boss fight history, and it's like super super worth it. Even if you don't care about Metal Gear, if you just care about crazy boss fights, or if the idea of Shido seemed cool but you wanted to see him brought up all the way to max, like Senator Armstrong is a better Shido, but like 5 years before that game came out.
okay. Well,
That's
I
that's
mean, I
amazing. You've
do.
Never had that. Like you've never played that. Like just
Well,
because I feel like it's been all over the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the memes about him, and I do have the game. It's just like I've been trying to get into Metal Gear for a while, but usually like I only get about an hour in, just mainly because of the controls, and I also just I also just don't like the whole trying to sneak around. I like being able to run and gun, but that's just my opinion.
I mean, no, I get that. I'm a big Metal Gear fanboy anyway, so it's not even worth me bringing that up for it. But yeah, like I enjoyed some aspects of Shido, but you're right. He definitely, even though he is shown a ton in the story, it never really feels like out of nowhere, which is kind of weird because like the group interacts with him like 3 times really before you invade his palace. It's kind of weird. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's because there's not a proxy. Like how there's a proxy with Akumura. Like you never meet Akumura, but you're like spending time with his daughter and you've been researching stuff. Like you kind of feel like you've seen him through her.
Yeah, but the problem with Okumura, like the reason he had his palace is because he saw his workers as robots and he was treating them like objects. But the main reason he was like because of Haru's relationship is that because he was so focused on his work, he was neglecting Haru and also making her marry that one dude.
Yeah.
So like we saw we saw Okumura through Haru, but we didn't actually like see it from the perspective of like one of his employees or something. I think it would have been better if say like Haru was some overworked employee or something like that.
You know what? I just realized. You bring up actually a really great point. You know what he was missing? He was missing a Mishima. There was never a real life allegory that you could see in real life, like, oh my god, look at how he's being affected. Because like when you like imagine if you just saw the volleyball players in the beginning of the game getting beat up, but you never saw it in the real world. It would almost feel like it's not really happening. So like, the only kind of pass and the reason I sort of give that to Akumura, I like to think that they did that on purpose of not showing a lot of him because it makes his death more surprising. Unfortunately, they spoiled it before you even meet him. But like because there's that moment of when he dies where they don't know that it was someone else's fault of like, holy shit, like we didn't do enough research. Like, did we fuck up or something? Like, there's that interesting plot thread, but they never really go anywhere with it.
But the game made it super obvious that it wasn't you that killed him.
Yeah,
so
but
like even though
but like the characters are acting like there is, and it's like, why are you guys acting like this? Like it's never happened before.
Yeah, I mean, but then again, when you think about it, they haven't been doing it for very long. So what I think what they should have done was they should have made it so they beat Okumura, steal his heart, and then they get out, and then he just spontaneously dies. Because then that would actually make you think, did we actually kill him? That's what I think they should have done.
That's a good point. And I mean, when you think about it, it's like, hey, why does him being shot not come into effect until like the end of the time limit, right?
That too.
It's very, very weird. But before we kind of go into it, because I feel like we dogged on Vanilla P5 way more than I thought we were going to, let's both try and come up with at least one thing that we really, really liked about the original game that was like a big standout for us. Like a big one for me, and I know this is going to be like super, super obvious, I was very surprised actually how hard the music hit me more in context. Because I had heard a lot of the soundtrack through stuff like P5D and whatnot, but like when I finally heard River in the Desert or whatever, like in context for the first time. Also, fun fact, I always thought that was Futaba's boss's theme. It's like, oh, it's in the desert. I guess that's why there's a desert part. But yeah, like hearing the context of like, I was amazed at how hard a lot of that stuff kind of hit, and more so than I kind of thought it would. It had like its moments of like, okay, things like Mementos are a little bit repetitive, and maybe it would have been nice to have a little bit more variation in some of the aspects for it. But I was surprised even after all these years for the release. I was like, wow, that it is actually a very unique soundtrack, and it still stands out to this day for its like kind of acid jazz theme.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. Out of all the Persona 5 probably has my least favorite soundtrack of all the Persona games.
I feel like that's not actually that hot of a take.
No, it's not.
It's pretty unique for what they were going for, and obviously unique doesn't always mean good. Different isn't always better, so it's obviously going to be a lot more subjective. I guess for comparison's sake, what is the first one that comes off to your head? I'm going to assume P3.
No, actually, P1 on the PlayStation. Okay, actually, okay, no. I take that back. my least favorite Persona soundtrack is Persona 1 on the PSP.
I
And then
don't
Persona 1 on PS1 has my absolute favorite soundtrack.
I don't get why people hate the PSP
I
one.
do. I don't hate it. It's just unfitting.
You literally just said it's your least favorite in the whole series. I don't know, like, I guess if we're not getting hate it, would you say, like, you dislike it? Or is it just, I don't know, is it more of a hate thing or is it a disappointing thing?
It's just a disappointing thing.
I get that. That was honestly one of the biggest, like, surprises for me. Like, when a game that, like, redoes a soundtrack actually is better than the original, which, like, never happens except in very rare cases. That's when it's like, oh my god, wow, this was really good. Like, imagine how much obviously this is never going to happen, at least in the next like 5 or 10 years. I'm calling it now. P3 is never going to get like a full ass HD remake, but if it did, imagine all the arguments that would happen if the music was all rearranged. Because like those tracks are insanely mid 2000s, but at the same time, like all of those tracks are classics.
Yeah. I mean, like, if I was going to rank the music for the Personas, I'd say Persona 1 PS1, then Persona 2, like, just, I put both of them together, then Persona 3, then Persona 4, then Persona 5, and then Persona 1 on PSP.
Yeah, like, I get that for it. I'm trying to think, though. Okay, so that's an interesting one, but I actually want to get into music more with you later with Royal, because I think Royal actually does some interesting kind of steps back and forward at the same time.
Yeah.
But you were supposed to tell me something you liked about P5.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the graphics. Especially like the models for the Personas, those look really good.
So that's really odd to me that you say that, because you are a rare case of you played it on PS3. You're like the only one I know who played and completed it on PS3. Like, did you ever really feel like when you were playing it on PS3 for the first time, you were like, man, I wonder if this would be better on PS4?
No, not really.
Well,
The main reason
I have good
like
news for you. Have you ever played P5 on the PS4?
well, I mean, I have it. But I don't own it physically. I have it digitally.
How much have you like played it for like comparison's sake, out of curiosity?
It is just like a few hours, and that's mainly just for recording purposes.
You are not missing much. It's kind of like that's one of my like my big takeaways when I was like reviewing the presentations in Royal. I was like, you know what? Like, Persona 5 is pretty. There's never a moment where you're like, they could not do this on the PS3. You're like, yeah, that's a PS3 game.
Yeah, like that's the thing, 'cause like when I saw comparisons and they look pretty much identical to one another, I'm like, okay, so is the PS4 version really the reason this game was delayed? But I got it I got it on PS3 mostly because like mainly just for nostalgia reasons, because like when it was announced, I was expecting it to be exclusive to PS3, so yeah.
How many people out there? Like, this is a weird what if scenario, but it is going to lead us into Royal. When you played Royal, was there any aspect of that game that made you think that it couldn't work on PS3?
Well, there's those like, I mean, there's like dart throwing mini game and the Morgana petting.
Yeah, but
Like,
remember,
I mean, like,
they both have 6-axis. They both could do that without the touchpad, obviously. But
um, uh, I mean, I'm not like a technical expert or anything, so I want to say it probably could, but at the same time, like, there's more content, and I know there's stuff to do with like the console's RAM and stuff like that.
I don't know. Like, when I was like playing it, like, it has moments of where it's very very cinematic and pretty, but there were still moments where I was kind of like, you know what, like. I feel like if there was obviously a market, like the PS3 market is like absolute like drippings in a bucket compared to the PS4 player base. Like, so obviously they wouldn't really be incentivized like that. There was always a thing in the back of my head that was like, I bet you if like the Vita had lasted like another year or so more in popularity, like the fact that like Catherine got ported over and a whole bunch of like other stuff for it, like that engine works on Vita. Like they've even said that before. Like there was like part of me that was like, man, I feel like if that system was a little more popular, I even feel like we could have gotten a, like, obviously visually toned down version of it a lot, but I never once felt like, yeah, like the fact that I could even see Royal running on Vita, I think is a testament, not as like against it of like, oh, it's not doing enough graphically, of just kind of like, I feel like they never really pushed their engine in a way that was like, holy crap. Like,
Well,
going into like a comparison, when you look at Mario and Sonic at the now canceled Olympic Games, that engine is also what makes Sakura Wars. Sakura Wars looks like amazingly better, and that's like the same engine on two different systems.
Well, what I was gonna say was like, I mean, if Persona 5 did make its original Winter 2014 release date, we probably would have gotten a Vita version at some point, because I imagine Royal would have came out like early 2018 maybe.
How do you feel now that you know SMT5 notwithstanding? How do you feel now that Atlas has kind of gotten into the point of, okay, we have a really bad history of whenever we announce games with actual hard dates that we never hit them. How do you feel about their current thing that's been announce a game and release it in like 9 months?
I mean, like I think what they need to do is like announce a game early if you want, but just do it like if you at a point where you're going to provide consistent updates. Because at the same time with like, you know, with other games I found pretty disappointing, like Tokyo Mirage Sessions and Fallout 4, like I feel like if they had been communicating with us early on, they could have changed it. But instead, they just announced it like not long before it was going to come out, and that's why they turned out the way they did.
Nyarly, I want you to know, and I do not even mean this as a joke. This is
I
actually
know.
serious. I physically died a little on the inside when you compared Tokyo Mirage Sessions to Fallout. I'm aware why. I'm aware that they're releasing announcements and timing, and I know that you have the world's biggest like chip on your shoulder because of that game, and many other people do too. But man, I hate that the comparison works, but it hurt me physically as the only TMS fan here.
I know.
So let's get into Royal. I cannot believe that. I was thinking, you know what? We'll talk about P5 for like 10 minutes. All you out here listening to the spoiler cast without having getting spoiled for almost an hour in, you're welcome. So we're going to go full spoilers now. We're going to be talking about various different things. So obviously, I think it is a testament to Royal as a game that both of us would tell you, hey, don't listen to this if you've like thought it. Like, because like the big spoilers I will say are worth experiencing for yourself in game, like, and to the point of there were spoilers in this game. I don't know about like for you, but like there were spoilers that when like I had them happen to me in the game, I was like, how did this not get spoiled for me? Like Kasumi, I'm like, all it takes to spoil her is if you type in Kasumi Persona 5, you know what comes up on Google?
Yeah.
It's just the wiki for Sumere, and it's like, what? That's all it takes to spoil that game. And the fact that, like, after, like, 6+ months in Japan and all the marketing that I never once got spoiled on Royal, like, blew my mind. Like, I'm glad that happened because, like, it's not even, like, the biggest or best twist in the game, but there are actual moments that are like, holy shit, you want to experience this with context at the same time. But did you yourself ever get spoiled? I know in your impressions video with Mystic and Fan, you had kind of gotten a few things spoiled for you. Like going into it, what did you know?
Okay, I knew that like Adam Cadmon was in it, but that's actually
who spoiled that? Who's that guy?
Okay, well, in this old video I did about forgotten S&T demons, Adam Cadmon was one of the demons I talked about, so I got like a million comments on that video being like, "Hey, Adam Cadmon is in Persona 5 Royal."
That sucks, dude. I love that Easter egg. Like, I mean, it's not even an Easter egg. It's just a reference, or not even a reference. It's just a callback. But
I mean, I don't really mind, but
I
that's
know
like
it's I don't know. It's like a dumb thing. It's like the equivalent of like. It's like how I didn't know Kichijoji was remixed in this game, so when I heard that for the first time, I was like, oh, dude, that's great. Like, if I had known that going into it, I just think it would have been, like, a little less special. But I understand that. Especially for a YouTube video like that of, like, demons you haven't seen in forever. Like, you're basically asking for it without even knowing it.
Yeah, but I mean, I also had a friend's like he spoiled me on the day Royal came out in Japan, but I forgot what it was.
Did you have anything relating to Maruki spoiled for you?
No.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the big one that I'm
Well,
like,
okay,
man,
actually, okay, well, it was kind of spoiled. They're like Dr. Maruki's a villain, and I'm just like, okay.
that seems like a really easy one because like, and I bring this up in my review of like, man, how easy would it have been for them to make Maruki like just a generic ass P5
Yeah,
villain?
that's what I was expecting. But then that's kind of not really what I got. So
Dude,
I'm still satisfied.
my head canon when I started the new year, and I think this makes sense. Tell me how fucking insane I sound. I literally thought the final palace ruler in Royal was going to be Kasumi's dad, because I was like, he seems pretty sketch. Like, you've never seen him really, and like his character art just seems kind of weird. Like, because it's like that weird side glance look, and I'm like, is the final boss gonna be her dad? Like, I guess that could be interesting. Like, my theory was like Kasumi was getting abused by her dad, and that never ever related to anything. It was so weird. Like, I couldn't think of anyone who it would make sense with, because at that point I hadn't spoiled myself on Maruki, and I was like, I guess it's gonna be like her dad. Like, at what point did you kind of like, I don't know, did you ever really expect to have it be Maruki before he actually revealed himself properly?
Not really.
Which, by the way,
I,
thank you, because like I feel like I mean, we went into this in our beginning part of the show, but it's like Persona's not always the best with using the word foreshadowing. Like, at no point in all of Persona is anyone going to be like, oh, that Adachi guy's bad? Who saw that coming? Oh, is everyone who's ever seen the movie Scream? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
exactly.
So, for you though, what were like did you have any like just big ones that like sort of hit you in terms of like, wow, like I am so glad that like this happened, or like big standout moments for you? Like, I know a big one for me is one that you don't super like, so I'd be curious what stood out for you.
I mean, I think it was I think it was just kind of like Maruki's motivation. Because again, like when I heard that he was going to be the villain, I mean, like going into the game, I thought again, I was expecting an Adachi villain, but then when I actually got to know him, I'm like, is this guy really the villain? But then I found out that he actually like had good intentions with what he was doing. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was like one of my big takeaways, and I also mentioned this in my review of like, for me, and this isn't even a slight against him as a character, as a confidant, he's pretty boring. Like, all you do is just kind of hang out and talk with him about his term paper. Like, for me, his whole confidant story was pretty mundane and boring until the buffet. Like, when the buffet
Yeah.
happens, I'm like, oh. It was really funny. Like, I even specifically had a moment of, oh, I know this shit's important because they drew a character art for his friend from college.
That's
And
how you know.
when someone has art drawn for them, that's why I thought Kasumi's dad was going to be the villain. I was
You
like,
can also you can also tell by their clothing.
that is true. So like, when I saw his friend happen in that, and I thought like the storytelling of that was like so interesting. Of like, oh wow, like so he has some stuff going on, and the fact that like even if his story ended after he leaves, you still have a kind of satisfying conclusion of like, hey, like this means a lot to me. This affected me in ways that I'm not super comfortable talking about with. That it hits so much harder when all those fucking VHS tapes, like my god, I wanted like an hour of VHS tape footage for him. Like the fact that like we had a good villain who was actually given proper motivation and was like still like who was still like, you never like thought, well, why is he doing this? Like, I don't understand it. A
Yeah.
good example of this is, I don't know how big you are into like Marvel movies. You know how Marvel movies, for the most part, though, get a lot of shit because all their villains are the same. I'm you, but darker. Like the villain is always a copy, and they're just bad for being bad.
Hmm.
And the big thing that bucked that trend before Thanos was Killmonger from Black Panther.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Like, Dr. Maruki is just the Persona version of Killmonger. Of like, he has a lot of the same ideals that go into why he has a persona, which we'll get into later. But like, he's so fleshed out and executed of like, you never want to stop. You never want to like just stop and let that reality happen. Although I will say the bad ending for accepting his reality is really, really great. Did you see that one?
I have not yet.
I'm gonna spin you this little tale because it's not worth looking up, but it is cool if you get it. So if you accept his deal when you try to give him the calling card, it shows everyone living out their ideal life, and you slowly find out that Joker's not in it. And it's a shot of Joker sleeping in his bedroom, and it just slowly pans out, and you see that he's been there just sleeping for years and not moving, and there's all these cobwebs in the room. That's like everyone's perfect reality is one without him in it at all, because there's no way for him to exist in that reality without ruining something for somebody.
Damn.
It's really great. Like, there's so many story moments.
But hold on. So is it? Did they make it clear? Or is it like the Joker doesn't exist, or is it that he just like
he doesn't exist in anyone's life? Like, so you could pick obviously it could be like, hey, he might like be dead, or like this might just be him in like some sort of weird fugue state,
or like he's still at home. He never went to Shujin.
Exactly. Well, it actually does show him in Sakura's bedroom, but God forbid if they make a new location just for that one bad ending. But it is a really cool what if ending, because usually I think a lot of the bad endings are just kind of like, oh cool, you die and it sucks, whereas this one kind of left you with something to think about, because, and I know we're going all over the place, but that calling card moment, dude, hit so hard. Like, that is like one of my favorite moments, if not my favorite moment in the whole game. You, Adachi, fucking did it again. I did this in my review, and I got so mad. I called, at the very last line of review, I call Akechi Adachi, and I was like, you know what, fine, I love both of them, it doesn't matter.
I just call him Gore.
So, it's just you, Maruki, and Akechi, and like that, like the dynamic between you guys, especially at the end when everyone just has that silent agreeing of like, yeah, he's gonna fucking die. So if you're gonna do this, it's on your hands. And like so many things of that were just so well handled. Because like for me, when I had that option presented to me, and like Akechi stops you, and he's just straight fucking asking you in your face, like, hey, you know what you have to do, right? What are you going to do? I legitimately sat there for a couple of minutes and was like, I kind of want to pick this ideal reality. If not just to see what would happen. Obviously, I didn't know it was going to immediately lead to the bad ending. So I made like a previous save to see what happens if you do choose it. But like for me, that choice was really hard. And in a game series like Persona, I give a lot of crap to, especially almost a lot of Atlas games. There's really no reason for you to have choices. Your choices basically say, am I answering a question correctly or incorrectly? Am I giving an opinion that doesn't change anything at all in the story? Or am I hooking up with you, or are we just going to be friends, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, for a choice like that, to obviously, it's very black or white when you look at it in terms of what happens for the cause and effect, but, like, that moment hit me, like, really, really hard. Like, how did you feel kind of coming into grips of, like, right before that final moment? Because, like, that's unlike any other calling card. Like, every calling card in the game keeps getting more grandiose.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much felt the same way you did about it. And, like, and again, it's not like I wanted to do it, like, but we kind of had to. And then he just accepted it.
So, I kind of almost want to go through this, like, chronologically, not, like, beat by beat in terms of talking about story, but we're already kind of getting into spoilers of... I want to get into talking about what we think of the game and how it kind of used its story and what led us to the third semester before we kind of dive deeper into that. How's that sound?
That sounds good.
So, I need your opinion on this because I have very strong opinions. We're both very strong opinioned white guys here. What is your thought on the opening of this game, the casino opening? Flashback not included. Like, as an opening of the game, how do you feel about how Royal handles that whole segment of you having the couple of boss fights, using the grappling hook, meeting Kasumi? How do you feel about that moment now that you've beaten the game?
I mean, it kind of felt the same to me as it did in the original. So,
well, like, what was your emotion coming from the original then?
Well, I mean, when I saw Kasumi, I'm like, okay, so they're introducing this new character to me now. I mean, yeah, I guess I just don't really have any strong opinions on it. I felt, like, again, like it's kind of what I was expecting, put it that way.
Okay, get ready for conspiracy theory meme Spencer time. I hate that opening the more I played that game.
Why is that?
That opening is the biggest lie. Like, that opening is made to lie to you. It is made to be put in front of people who bought this game and are worried that this isn't worth $60 and are like, is Persona 5 like gonna be different? Like, this is like a big thing. A lot of people said, like, is this going to be worth playing through another 100-hour RPG? You know, like that, and that's an honest like that's a legitimate question. Like, people are even saying that now with Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition of like, do I want to go through this massive RPG again just because there's new content? Obviously, in that one it's optional, and we're definitely going to get into that later. But for me, that opening is a lie. That opening says, look, there's a grappling hook. This matters. Wrong. Grappling hooks exist to get will seeds. Those are cool. There are 3 of those in every palace. It is not that cool. Kasumi is introduced in the game as a playable character. You do not get to play as her before the new year starts except 2 times. That is insulting on so many levels.
Okay, one thing I really hated was that, like, Kasumi actually offers to join you, like, for Shido's palace, but the Joker's like, no, you can't. It's too dangerous. I'm like, dude, she's a Persona user.
Exactly.
Why can't we use her?
Yes, so there are, like, so many things about Kasumi that are bad, and not because it's her fault. It just sucks because
it's the writer's fault.
No, it's not even that. It's this game acts like it has the budget of Persona 5 when it barely probably had the budget of a Persona spinoff. And the reason behind that is, like, think about it like this. Kasumi is actually a fully fleshed out, like, playable party member when you get your hands on her. There's nothing actually stopping them from implementing that into the game proper. Except when you think about, what's at the end of most palaces? Animated cutscenes. Okay, now make those new animated cutscenes all over again. Include Kasumi. Find ways to put interstitial dialogue into each palace. Like, I'm not seeing reasons why she couldn't be in the game. I'm seeing dollar signs being plucked out. I'm like, no. Because the longer they push it out, the more that they can just put her into the new cutscenes that they were going to make for the story anyway. Like, the story goes out of its way, like you mentioned, before Shido's Palace and even before, I guess the talk for Shido's Palace is the same thing for the final depth into Mementos. But the game goes out of its way to say, here's this new character, and here is why you cannot touch her yet. And it's really, really tough because, like, you can't market a character and then just be like, oh, but you have to basically beat the game. Like, you're beating all of vanilla P5 to unlock the ability to play as her, which is insane to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's other stuff you have to do too. Like, you got to complete Akechi's social link, then you got to complete Kasumi's and Maruki's social links.
I don't hold that against it, and I don't think the game ever even hints that is a optional thing. Like, the game never really says, hey, this new story at the end is technically missable. But the weird thing about, like, the only reason I don't hold that against it is because, honestly, those 3, like, do Kasumi's social links, do Maruki's social links, do Akechi's social links. Those are, like, some of my favorite in the whole game. So I'm like, just do them anyway because they're so good. And a lot of the other confidants are, like, there are still some boring-ass confidants in this game.
Yeah.
So, like, that opening, it, like, tries to make you think, look at how different Royal's going to be. And then, look at the opening of Royal for all of Kamoshida's palace. Besides the cool moments of seeing Haru at school or seeing Akechi coming out of the front gate or seeing Maruki in the background somewhere and other characters, like, that's quality of life stuff that I think is really great and helps out the game. But in terms of, like, a new updated story, it, like, immediately just throws you back to 2017.
Right.
Like, the new cutscenes are appreciated. The new extra bits of voiced lines are nice. But for the most part of that game, when you're going back and playing the story, unless they're specifically making new moments for Kasumi or Maruki to happen, there are very, very few moments that are like, oh wow, this wasn't in the main game.
Yeah.
So, like, stuff like that is why I'm, like, so adamant, like, I'm like, God, I hate the casino scene, just because it's like, and even think about it like this, of, like, they never explain that. Like, obviously, she knows something's up and she follows you, like, that explains why she's there, but it's like, there are so many other, like, just dumb things of, like, she's in that casino scene just so that she could be in the prologue. Otherwise, there's no reason she should have even interacted with that palace at all. And if she could interact with that palace, why didn't she interact with every other palace?
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
So it really sucks how frustrating it is, because I think if you hear me talk about the pre-New Year semester content, it sounds like I hate Kasumi. Because honestly, like, the game almost even makes it you go out of its way to ignore her, because they obviously only give her 5 social ranks, because the other 5 are 4 when you find out she's Sumere. But, like, once I was done with Sumere, like, hey, it was cool that I got the grappling hook skill, which, Jesus, that made the game way too easy, like, in terms of sneaking. Sneaking does not exist once you get the grappling hook, like, the far away latch method, you know? Like, sneaking was already not hard, but, like, once you have her ability, it's like, oh, okay, this is a joke.
Let's save that for the gameplay segment.
Exactly. So, like, once you max out Kasumi's, like, thing, like, why would you ever hang out with her again? Like, I ignored her for half the game, which I shouldn't be doing for a new character.
Right.
So, like, yeah, for me, like, that's, like, why those beginning moments just really hit me so hard of, like, I don't like that, because the game doesn't need to do this. I'm mad because the game doesn't have to act like Kasumi's a big deal and act like she's going to be different. I just don't like that, like, they... Like, the beginning of it makes it almost seem like she's Alex from Strange Journey.
Mm-hmm.
She is so much better than Alex. Like, she's not even the best, like, girl or whatever, or like, but there are so many great things about Kasumi. That's why I'm actually really glad I made LaRue hold off on his video, because remember, he was going to do a video criticizing Atlas new girl trends, and I said hold off, because I've heard a little bit of people who had played the original Japanese one say, hey, Kasumi's pretty different, so check it out. And I'm really glad he did, because imagine if he did, and it was like, boy, look at this stupid redhead girl. She's just going to be the same as everybody. Because, like, at the end of the game, I don't know how you felt about it, but, like, I genuinely really, really liked her as a character. Like, she fit in very well with them. Like, she fit in so well that my only complaint with her at the end is that she wasn't in it more, but we're going to get to that as we kind of continue on, which is a great testament, because there were 0 people, whether you love Marie or hate Marie, who were like, oh, why was Marie not in more of the ending? I needed the new girl to be in the new things more.
Right.
So that was a big takeaway for me of why I just really didn't like that. That felt like it was made for journalists and for fans to play on opening night of the game, and they could tweet out, because I've seen so many takes and preview coverage and review coverage of Persona 5 of, like, nothing gets me more triggered than people talking about Royal and being like, it's so different, dude. I feel like I'm playing a new game. And I'm like, what? Like, and I'm aware I played these back to back, but, like, even for someone like you, once you, like, get into Kamoshida and Madarame and, like, everything else like that, like, it's still pretty much vanilla P5, but with all those quality of life fixes.
Right.
Like, story wise, which is, I don't know about you, for me, I think the story is the biggest thing they marketed in this game. Of, like, there will be a new story. There are new characters. There is a whole new, like... Because the big thing that we always kept hearing people say in terms of not even marketing, just general feedback, was 30 hours. 30 hours of new story. And we're
it's
like,
not
okay,
30 hours.
Well, it can be if you want, but, like, time doesn't even get to it. But, like, I do think it is fair to say that Royal is sold on its aspect of, hey, here is a new story.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So, like, for you, when you're going through, I kind of want to know what you think, though, of when you were starting in the beginning part of the game, and we're just talking story, how did you feel that the game was handling distribution of new story elements?
I don't, like, for the base game, I don't think there was enough to warrant, like, it, I don't know, it just, I am very conflicted on Royal story, because, like, I like the new additions, like, I like the new additions to the story, like, you know, I like Kasumi's even before she appears, and I like Maruki, but it's again, it doesn't really change the base game story that much.
Yeah, because they're great moments, but they're sprinkled in so far apart that, like, there is never a moment in story time of Maruki, well, Maruki is a little more kind of like hit or miss, like, obviously, like I mentioned with my feelings on his confidant rank, but, like, when he has his moments of talking to the other Phantom Thieves, like, I love that. Like, at the school festival, when Yusuke goes back and has that little moment with Maruki, like, those are awesome. Like, I really, really love that.
Definitely.
And, like, little things like the school, like, I guess, what would you call it? Like, the trip where they go to the river to pick up trash? Like, little moments like that are, like, funny and relevant to the story and cool. And even stuff like how you see Kasumi already has that reputation of So this is really funny. I don't mean to sell you out, Nyarly, but your first question to me when it came to Kasumi, do you remember what it was?
What do you mean, like
when you had seen how far I was already in the game? Because I don't think you had met Kasumi, or you were really early on. Because I think you were working on your video still.
Yeah.
Do you remember the first question you asked me about my opinion on Kasumi?
Was it something to do with Marie?
No. Similar. Nah, that's almost that's an insult to Marie, so we're not gonna say that. Your first question to me was, "Is Kasumi a Mary Sue?" Which I laughed at.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember because I remember when you met her on the subway, I think for like the first time in the game outside of the intro, and they're like, "Oh, that's Kasumi. Oh, she's so thin." I'm like, is she gonna be one of those characters?
Yeah, and like I laughed at you saying that because I just kind of I laughed because obviously people view that in like a negative sense, and there's a whole connotation of it, especially after things like with Rey and Star Wars. But I laugh on it even more now, not at you or even at the question of, dude, the school thinks Kasumi's a Mary Sue. That's the best part. Like, the longer you play into that, like, those moments are sprinkled out way too few and far between, but the way that they show her story, you know what one of the things that makes it the most powerful is? You very rarely see Kasumi's story from her point of view.
Right.
Like, when she's saying how heartbroken she is about failing and doing bad in nationals, or those scenes like when you're talking to her in Hawaii, and like honestly, like my favorite not third semester Kasumi moment is the talk between Maruki, the vice principal, and her about how she's basically making the school look bad and they're just guilting her. Not because like, wow, this is so unrealistic. Like, if you know anything about the Japanese like school board system, it is all about clout. That is like one of the most realistic moments that game has with a school. And like that whole thing like stood out to me so bad. I'm like, wow, she really, and it's not even like a pity party. Like, she's clearly trying to like live up to her reputation she has for herself, not only for the school, but just because of like the legacy that is behind Kasumi, you find out. But like they do great stuff like that in terms of how much they show you and how much they don't. But yeah, like it should have been in there more. Like, did you have moments before the new year started where you were like, wow, like I'm actually really starting to warm up to this character?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, because like as soon as I got to that part that you mentioned, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's definitely not a Mary Sue.
But
So
it's
I
just
can
so great
breathe a
because
sigh of
I
relief
can't
now.
I can't think of a game treating a character like a Mary Sue who's a main character, which is what I thought was so interesting about it. Um, another thing I kind of want to talk to you about and get your opinion on, how many new voice scenes really stuck out to you as someone who hadn't played the game in many years?
Well, definitely the part where Yusuke said that was truly cringeworthy.
Well, that's because I
That
had
was truly
that's
cringeworthy.
because I had to make it. When I saw that, I was like, I have to share this online. Like, there's
Like
no
you got
way I
gotta make
can't
that
share
a
this.
React image.
Um, do you remember, by the way, like that scene in the context of the game? Like, I love the food festival scene. I wish
Oh
there
yeah,
were more
that
scenes
was
like
great.
that. Um, Moments like that, and I don't know if this counts as like I don't know if you kind of like get where I'm coming from with it. It felt really anime, but I liked it. It was just like little like stupid stuff. Like, it didn't affect the plot. It was just all the boys hanging out and like trying to not get caught on TV, not because they're the Phantom Thieves, but because they know fucking all the girls are gonna see and make fun of them, and not make fun of them. They're all the girls gonna be pissed they didn't invite them.
Yeah.
But like, what other moments like that were there? And like, there are moments like that are new, but it's kind of like weird. Is like, I wish they kind of would have done it more, you know?
Yeah, because that's well, I mean, granted, it has been a while since I played the original, but like I know there was like changes from the original, but I just don't really remember them off the top of my head.
Like a lot of it is newly voiced scenes.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, I tried to at least jot down and tell people as much as possible. Because remember when, actually, I don't think I ever showed you this, but the scene where you're button mashing Morgana's head on the train, a lot of people, when I showed them that clip, were like, oh man, I love this scene. Like, it's so funny in the original. I'm like, you know that this is newly voiced, right? That was all just text in the original. Like, a lot of stuff
Yeah.
like that just kind of goes over people's heads.
Right.
So it hit this weird grind of like, I'm glad that new stuff was voiced, but I don't know how you felt. For me, there was so little in terms of new concrete stuff that was voiced that I kind of got to the point where I was like, why couldn't we have just said, hey, we're already charging people $60 for this. Let's just make all the story moments voiced.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, obviously money is a thing, but like for me, that would have added like a lot. Like how, like if they had just even like said, hey, instead of more things are voiced now, or we redid some lines, I feel like that doesn't stand out as much as saying, hey, we voiced this whole game now.
I mean, well, because I feel like if they had narrated like literally everything, that might have got annoying. Because like you go to the Velvet Room and then the twins just comment on everything you do.
Well,
It's like,
that's why
hey, inmate, you wish to perform a fusion? That's a pretty strong one. We're gonna strangle them real tight. It just got really annoying after a while.
I get that as well, because I mean, and you can say that about any of the shopkeepers as well. But that's why I stress with like the story segments. So not the text moments, not even the confidants, like everything relating to the story, have it be voiced. And like like one of like my favorite games that came out in 2020 that does this.
What?
Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Every story moment is voiced.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's in Japanese, so,
Either way, like, even the Japanese one still has a large amount of it as text. Like, I would say, if we're being nice, 40% of this game is voiced.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's still a lot of reading. And obviously, I have nothing against reading. I play tons of visual novels that have, like, no voice acting at all. But it's just one of those things of, like, I think Persona tries to boast itself up as this immersive RPG cinematic game, but like the cinematic levels and quality that third semester shows, it feels like you're playing a different game when you compare it to the original game.
Yeah.
Because like there are so like I'm safe to say at least 90% of the third semester's voiced. And I know it's not the longest piece of content, but almost every major event in January is voiced. Whereas compared to everything else in the game, it's like, you'll get voices in and out of big stuff.
Right.
So another one I kind of want to ask you with story-wise, unless something kind of sticks out, please feel free to interrupt me and let me get a chance to breathe. But how did you feel about any changes? And I don't specifically mean like the quote-unquote homophobic moments with like the BEEFY trendsetter. Were there moments when you're playing Royal in the story where you're like, whoa, they changed that? Because for me, I like never had that. Like besides the ones that we knew about that really stood out, I very rarely noticed the script being different.
I mean, if I remember correctly, Makoto did she got some new dialogue and she started showing up earlier than she did in the original game.
Correct.
Because that's what made me say, I absolutely hated Makoto in the original, but now I'm kind of starting to warm up to her. But beyond that, there's not really anything off the top of my head.
And do you have are you okay with that? Do you kind of wish they would have taken that as more of a chance of being like, hey, we're really going to put our touches on this localization? Because I don't know, I feel like P5 even after Royal for me never really lost that stigma of it's not the best written or localized game Alice has ever done. And I kind of hope that they would have done that.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely still how I felt about Royal.
And obviously kind of jumping ahead, but just because it's such a appropriate thing for it, I don't know how you felt. I thought the writing quality in the new story stuff, like when they specifically at the end of the new year and the major moments with Akechi's whole confidant line, the writing on that, it felt like you were hearing a whole nother writing team. It was like, oh, this is the Atlas I want to be making this game.
Pretty much.
Because it was they knew they nailed the tone, they nailed the direction. No one's voice acting felt kind of weird and cheap and hammy. Oh god, I'll never forget the random people who hang out with Shido during his mental collapse. I swear to God they paid a guy to do 5 different voices. They're all just terrible.
Yeah, definitely.
Going on to that though. how did you feel in the original game about like Akechi as like a character? Like, where were you in in like the premise of like, oh, Akechi, I blank him?
Um, I was I was just kind of neutral on him because like he was another one of those characters that I didn't feel got enough development in the original, but then like in Royal, with his new confidant or his social link or whatever, then I kind of started to I I don't want to say understood him better, but I was getting more attached to him.
I'll commit. I'll say I understood him. I went from liking the idea of his character in the vanilla game to straight up I now ship Ren X Akechi, and I have no shame of saying it. Also, because this leads into his confidant rank, this game straight up ships Ren X Akechi if you want, because man, there are the most full homo lines in this game possible, and it's the best.
Oh
Like
yeah,
any of the
definitely.
moments where you can choose to just be super gay towards Akechi, pick it. They're so funny, they're so great. So as someone who's pretty lukewarm on the character, one of the biggest changes is now his whole confidant rank is manual, and he's actually one of the like pickiest characters to kind of get in the game early on. If you notice, of like, no, I know it's like barely summer, but I need you to have like rank 4 knowledge and like 3 charm because you're such a hit. Like I like with all the characters, I kind of get it when they ask of like, oh, you're talking to a girl, you need to have more charm or more courage and stuff like that. But I love like for Akechi, he's like, yeah, you're kind of stupid and you look ugly, so like, could you just like get better looking to hang around me?
Oh yeah, definitely.
But like for the actual storyline of his confidant rank, give me your whole review of it, because I feel like I'm gonna go off on an hour long tangent alone of like how much I loved his new confidant line. But I'd be curious to see what you think.
I mean, it wasn't my favorite confidant in the whole game, but it definitely did make me like his character better. Just put it
And why
that
is
way.
that?
Well, I think it's just because like, he tells you more about his backstory and you get to know more about his personality and like the kind of other people he hangs out with. So, yeah.
What's so funny about that too, when you think about it, is like there is nothing outside of Kichijoji. There's nothing really that majorly new that you do with him. Like there are things like the jazz club and playing billiards with him,
Yeah, that
but
yeah.
like this, it's just the way that the two of you have a story told together. Like, and I know I'm saying like a lot. It's been a long week, everybody. My moment I knew I loved this confidant rank, and I knew that this was going to be a good story, is that moment when you're playing billiards together and you're like, hey, you lost to me. Like, no, like you were using your non-dominant hand on me, and like you going into that whole thing, and it's like, wow. Like every other confidant rank 2 to 5, like, not even 2 to 5, I'm just being too generous, 2 to 9 might as well just be you jerking off in the bathroom together. It really doesn't matter that much unless it's a girl. um and I actually like a couple of the confidant ranks, but like they're not that deep story wise.
Yeah, I mean, it does a good job of establishing Akechi as your rival.
Yes, because like the moment, because like they bring up the word rival in the vanilla game, and it's kind of like when you die, my real biggest thing was like, that sucks. You died off screen, dude. But like, you're still like a murderer, so I mean, I guess you get your just desserts. So like, you kind of had your redemption moment, but
Yeah.
you never really earned it. And this game never goes out of its way to try and redeem Ketchy, which is the best thing about it. Like, imagine how terrible it would have been if they tried to retcon his character and be like that final moment of him on Shido's ship of like, oh Haru, I'm so sorry I did this to your dad. Futaba, your mother never deserved to suffer like this. Like, no, dude. The more you go into his character and the more that he becomes your rival, it's so believable because that whole confidant rank is like a shoestring. You're just slowly untying him. And that moment when you finally get to fight him in Mementos, which might be one of the best confidant like moments ever, of you guys fighting, whether that fight be hard or not, the symbolism of it alone is like it makes Naruto and Sasuke bonds look like Saturday morning cartoon 4Kids dub bonds. It's just so great, and like that moment of him throwing the glove at you to symbolize, hey, you are my rival now. I'm not going to let you die like this, or like, because depending on how you do that fight, the dialogue is differently. It can be like, hey, we're not dying like this, or I'm not letting you die. Of like, I'm going, like that moment again, and I might be remembering it wrong, but so correct me if I am. But just the way he says after he throws his glove, I'm going to be the one who kills you. And not like I'm a murderer and I'm going to kill you. Because you've slowly learned along the storyline of his confidant rank that Akechi doesn't hate you because you're the good guy and he's the bad guy, or he sees it vice versa. He hates you because you've done everything he can't do, and you're the scum of society.
Exactly.
And it's just so earned because like they have such interesting dichotomies of, even though like Ren doesn't really have parents you see in the story, he has friends. He has like a loving environment, even though he is a criminal with a criminal record. And like, even though Akechi's working with his father, he's got the public spotlight with it. He doesn't want that. All he really wants, like, he's just daddy issues when it comes down to it. But
exactly.
he's daddy issues with such a great big asterisk of he's not going to let his daddy define him. His whole motivation in life isn't to kill Joker. It's like at the end of the confidant rank, it's like, I'm going to kill you because I need to see that I'm better than you. I can't live my life knowing I'm not as good as you. I might have sex with you before or after that happens, but I'm definitely going to be better than you.
Exactly.
So, like, just like the storytelling alone, like, Akechi was like, huh, why was the whole game not this good? Because, like,
exactly.
when this game is high, it is high. Like, it earns those moments of, like, fuck, I love this so much. Like, this is what I love about, like, Persona. Like, not just taking stupid high school bullshit drama anime moments. Because, like, when it comes down to it, you could describe Akechi and Ren as fucking Naruto and Sasuke and call it a day. But when
I think a better comparison would be Sonic and Shadow.
I hate you so much because that's true. But yeah, like, the game does such a great job, like, fleshing out that confidant rank, because like when you like imagine going back to vanilla P5 with Akechi. Did somebody mention pancakes? Oh! Like, that was his defining character moment for 3 years.
Exactly.
And the fact that, like, now I'm going to think about that fight, throwing the glove, fucking being in the bath for way too long. Just, like, all these little moments. And, like, also, it makes moments that were in the original so much more powerful. Like, when Akechi just starts showing up at LeBlanc, it's like, why do you know that I'm here? Like, I get, like, it's a small town and you're stalking me, and, like, Nijima's obviously talked about LeBlanc Cafe before, but it just kind of seemed like, okay, you're probably just here so I can, like, talk to you for, like, a couple of expresses, whereas, like, no, like, I told him I live in a cafe, I live in, like, a attic of a cafe, like, he knows about, like, all this through Nijima otherwise, but it feels more natural running into him there.
Right.
And that was my TED Talk for why I am now fully gay for both of these characters I have nothing to do with in real life.
Yeah.
I on the opposite side of this though, it then, like, when you're having moments like that, who's your least favorite confidant in all of P5? Doesn't even have to be like your absolute least favorite, but like who stands out for you as like, oh god, I could not care less about you.
I'm gonna say Anne.
Oh, okay. See, my de facto one is Fortune Teller Girl. I just forget her name.
I actually started her confidant, but I never actually finished it. And I didn't do the journalist either. I did it in the original P5, but I don't really remember anything about it, and I didn't want to do it here because of her voice actress.
What? You don't like Erin Fitzgerald anymore?
What? She's voiced by Erin Fitzgerald?
The journalist?
No, she's voiced by Amanda Wynn Lee.
No way.
Look it up.
No way. That sounds just like Chie. You are high. If this is true, I'm gonna blow my mind.
I will bet you $2.
I can't do that. You already owe me like $9.
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Journalist. We're definitely just having this on. Journalist confidant. So what is?
Her name's Oya.
Okay, Oya, and her English voice actor. No way. I always thought that was fucking Erin Fitzgerald. Okay, no, I don't need the hardcore gamer guide. I just need her wiki. Why is her wiki like the 5th thing down? All right, here we go. Oh yeah, Amanda Wynn. What? I swore to God that was like, for all of my time in this game, I was like, yeah, that's just, like, am I insane though? That does kind of sound like just Chie as a journalist.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, she kind of looks like Chie.
That's so crazy.
But I mean, like, if it was Aaron Fitzgerald, I mean, no, I definitely would have done it.
That's very cool, man. All right, I had my brain blown tonight. By the way, thank you for not saying oh no, I forgot his name. Is it Yoshida who's the politician?
Yeah.
I cannot believe that people don't like him. He's actually one
of I do like him.
He's a great and amazingly but there are a few moments where I'll be playing P5 and like even Royal will be like, do you think the people at Atlas are aware of like how relevant some of the shit they write is without even knowing it? Because like there's no way that when they were coming up with him of like the politician and stuff where like he's basically Persona 5's Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, I mean like, well, what I was gonna say was like that is one other thing I do like about P5. It, like with a few exceptions, it does have good social links.
It has some good social links, and I don't even mean that like some are bad. Like there are definitely more good than like unfavorable ones. But like it kind of goes back to when it's high, it's really high. Like there's never a social link that I'm kind of like, okay. You know what? This may be controversial. I think the Doctor is kind of whatever. How did you feel when you found out she was voiced and has no new voice lines in this entire game? They literally just recasted her for no new dialogue.
I mean, I don't really remember any of her old voice. I mean, I don't really remember that many of her old voice lines from the original, but I mean, I see that a lot of people hate her new voice actress. I personally like her, but I still prefer the old one.
I think Gabby, aka Gamu, brought it up really well in her review of it's not that the new voice of her, because it's Takemi, right?
Right.
I think the point of like she's not a bad voice actress, she's a bad replacement fit. It goes back to like how Ashley Birch is not a bad voice actress. Like she kills it as Aloy. Like she's a great actress. She's a bad Rise, you know?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like one of those of like.
But I mean, then again, it could also be nostalgia bias speaking, because I haven't played the original version of Persona 4, but like I've heard Chie's voice, and like everyone says they prefer Chie's old voice, but I think Aaron Fitzgerald is a lot better.
Dad? Besides Simply Dad, who are these people?
Like everyone on all those obscure forum sites I used as a kid.
That's why they're obscure. No one from the original. And I love everyone who worked on any of these games at all. Unfortunately, no. Golden is one of the rare cases there will never be a game like this, at least again, unless I'll be very surprised. Golden is the only time where every character who got recasted was a better fit. And that's never going to happen again. There's always going to be that thing like, I don't really know what you think. Like, no. I won't stand for that. I won't live in a world where people think Kakashi is a better voice for Teddy than a guy whose name I always forget. So, confidant ranks, though, kind of aside, like, I wish like I could get that excited about Akechi's social link, his confidant rank, with like almost anybody else, really. Like, even characters I love. Like, I love Ryuji, and like his storyline is like interesting with the track team, but it just kind of has like it has too many down moments of like, okay, so he's just going to investigate this teacher I don't really know, and I guess we're gonna kind of punch each other at the end like Persona 5, like with Persona 4's social link with Yusuke, and just make that more dramatic.
Did you just say Yusuke?
No, Yusuke, Jesus, that's really bad as a Yosuke stan. Yeah, but like, cause like that's basically Ryuji's ending is Yosuke's ending, but just like with 2 more punches, you know? It's like, we have to end it by punching because we're boys, and that's how we symbolize our feelings.
Yeah.
So, like, moments like that, I'm just kind of like, I just wish we could have, like, really committed to, like, making this feel, like, yes, you're going to lose elements from the original game, but losing elements from the original game doesn't make it less of an experience. Like, and I'm aware why they did it, because, hey, if we can reuse text, we're going to save a lot of time and money for development. But, like, just imagine if they were like, hey, we're going to fucking just redo this whole script. The main story is still primarily going to be the same, but we're going to fix how a lot of this flows. We're going to make this all flow a whole lot better and sound a lot more adult.
Right.
So, like, for me, it's like one of those weird things, like, man, it's like imagine having a really, really, really great third date, but keep thinking back to that really awkward first date. And you're like, is this going to be more of the third date, or is this going to be the first 2 dates again? Like,
right.
Going forward, like, that was a lot of, like, my thoughts with it. I don't really know how we can kind of throw him in there, but just as a character, I'd love to get your opinion. Give me your Jose thoughts. What were you left at when it came to Jose?
I thought he was just like, I mean, like, I like him for gameplay reasons, but like by the time I was done with the game, I'm like, what was the point of him again? Now, granted, I didn't do his optional boss fight, but
you and a lot of other people did not.
It's like, who is this kid and what is he doing in Mementos? And like, I was expecting him to be like an important plot point, but then he wasn't. And I'm just like, okay.
Let's be real. I feel like he'd be terribly implemented if he did relate to the plot.
Yeah, and another thing, like, when you go in, like, at the end of the game and you think you're shutting down Mementos, it's like, what's going to happen to Jose? I mean, that's something I wasn't thinking at the time, but I just remembered. It's something I'm thinking about now.
A lot of those rules definitely get kind of thrown out the window, though. You have to realize...
Then again, you see him in the Thieves' Den, so I guess he'd just go to the Thieves' Den.
Yeah, and honestly, he has a lot of motifs similar to the Velvet Room attendants. I'll say this, though. I forget who it was. It might be... this might have been Nikki last week, or it might have been, like, even Alicia a couple other weeks. But I was talking to somebody a couple weeks back on the podcast. They brought up a really great point. How would you feel if Jose is secretly, like, kind of getting eased into the series to be the Igor replacement? Because this series needs a replacement for him, but they can't do it.
I want to say I could see it, but at the same time, it's like, why would you replace Igor with a kid? Like, personally, because I know what happened in Japan with, like, Igor's voice actor dying, so I was expecting, like, for Persona 6, I'm expecting him to replace Igor with Dr. Victor.
And what makes you think, like, I guess, why would they go back to him as opposed to try and get somebody new? Why do you think they would want to do that?
I mean, well, because they're both Frankenstein characters, so...
I mean, no, like, I get that for sure. But I mean, like, at the same point, like, there are so many different, like, motifs they've left behind in the series for themes.
Yeah.
That would definitely like be interesting. I'm kind of more interested in the sense of, like, man, especially after playing all of P5 and then with Royal, Japan, you got a perfect send-off. This was the perfect send-off to have a character not use their primary voice for 90% of their screen time, but for America, we got screwed. We got screwed hard. Like, the fake voice of Igor is good, and the real voice of Igor is not the real voice of English Igor, and he sounds terrible. And it just kind of, like, sucks because I feel like Igor's voice was so unfitting, and the way they used him in the story just doesn't work for us as, like, English speakers. Just because, like, there's not that, like, and I know this is so superficial, but imagine if when he finally revealed himself to be the real Igor at the end of the game, if it actually sounded like Igor, how much more that would have hit hard.
Yeah.
And it shows so hard that they don't know what to do with the character, because in the third semester, Igor's not in it! He's like, oh, okay, goodbye. There's no more voice lines for me to use from the P3 movies.
Right.
So, like, they have to do something. There's never going to be a good send-off for the character, or at least where they can have him on screen. I just hope for them, like, they learn sooner than later, because, like, I'll still never understand, like, until someone says something, I'll never understand why they picked whoever voices him in P5, why they didn't just use Vic Mignogna for a voice match, outside of the fact that people are very mixed on whether they love or hate Vic Mignogna.
But they did the same thing for the original P5 that came out 3 years ago.
No, I'm not even getting into, like, hey, you should have changed it for Royal. It's just one of those things of, like, for me, I don't know, there are some bad, like, fits of voice acting and bits for it, but Igor just stands as, because, like, that is the point of his story. He sounds different, so he's supposed to sound like the real him at the end, and whoever they brought in just sounded like they were really trying to not sound like him in English.
Yeah.
And it's just very odd, because, that should be, like, that whole last part in Mementos, not counting the New Year stuff, like, that whole area fell so flat for me, and I guess we can kind of get into that because we have talked most about like the new story stuff in terms of sprinkling everything in.
Mm-hmm.
Nyarly, tell me why I'm the only reviewer to this day still, unless I'm missing something, who has brought up the fact that the entire Holy Grail section of the game is unchanged.
I mean, I noticed it too.
No one has mentioned it, because every boss fight is different. Every boss fight has something new, whether you love it or hate it. There's something new. Story-wise, there might be a little bit weird things. There might be new areas. All there is in the Holy Grail section is new chests to zipline up to, and that's it. They did not change a single thing, and the whole time of me playing it, I was just getting visibly disappointed in this game. Like, I felt like I was getting punked.
Yeah.
Like, how did you feel about that as, like, the most copy and pasted chapter? It just stuck out to me so hard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I really wasn't thinking about it at the time because, P5 also did have some memorable boss battles, but looking back on it, it's like, yeah, I wish they could have added something else.
Yeah, and, like, that final fight, like, I forget, we were in a Discord chat in, like, a LaRue server a couple of weeks ago when we were just both playing the game. I forget who brought this up of, like, that ending shot in P5 is too epic. Of, like, the ending shot, not epic, and like, oh, that's epic. Of, like, the fact that the ending of P5, in terms of gameplay, is Joker just shooting someone in the head. Of just, like, but, like, not like him personally shooting someone in the head. He's making his fucking JoJo stand shoot someone in the head. And It's just, like, that moment feels so hollow. It's, like, I don't know anyone who's like, oh, my God, do you love Yaldabloth? Or whatever the fuck he's called? Like, nobody likes him. He's, like, an interesting concept as a holy grail and as a metaphor. Like, that grail, like, idea is really interesting, especially with how that fight kind of works. As soon as he evolves into a Transformer, he's, like, the least memorable part of that whole game for me. I would rather fight a fucking mustached painting Madarame 5 times than fight a fucking Transformer Holy Grail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know, when you played it for, like, how did that whole moment really stick out for you? Just because, like, I feel like it's weird because it was way too long, but at least, like, even the Archangels were more exciting for me. Like, I had more stakes fighting these random Archangels that I haven't met in the story than fighting the Holy Grail.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to say it wasn't cool because it kind of was, but at the same time, it's like that's the same thing you do in pretty much every mainline game. You punch God, or in this case, shoot God. So I don't know. It just kind of felt like they were. It kind of just felt like they were copping off the mainline.
You could definitely tell in the main game, like in the not the main lane, in the vanilla version of P5, and especially with Royal, you can like just see the budget run out. Especially with like how nothing changed, because I even joked about this with like a friend of mine. I said they could have even just done this when you're fighting him, because you know how he just gets extra arms, and his arms are like different, like metaphors for like sins and stuff.
Yeah.
Like he could have just had an arm come out of his head, and it's a dildo. And just to represent lust. If they did that, I would have been like, okay, fine, whatever. It makes us horny. We hump each other in the game for a round. Like all they had to do was do something stupid. Because like I'm not even saying all the boss changes are great. Like Sai's boss change is stupid. All they do is just give you a new elemental effect on the roulette wheel. Like they're not all winners. But like when nothing was changed, it was just one of those moments of like I hated this fight originally, and the fact that it's the exact same means I hate it even more.
Yeah.
But thank God that game does not end there.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I'll save it for when we get to it. I kind of thought that the final boss of the new part was disappointing too.
I want to get into your thoughts of that, because you and I are very polar opposites on the final boss right here.
Yeah.
So once you honestly have that moment of, which by the way they keep all the cutscenes, which will be even more relevant later, but of like the goodbye moment with Morgana is like very like memorable and stuff for it, because like, oh, what's going to happen? I love that the game just shamelessly doesn't even try and joke around, because in the original game Morgana doesn't show up until very, very later after you get released in Juvie. It's like, oh my God, Morgana, where have you been? Whereas this one, isn't Morgana, I guess, technically show up like Christmas, like the day after Christmas?
Yeah.
Whereas like Morgana, even like they literally, I think they even like make a joke about it in the script. Of,
yeah,
like,
Ryuji's just like, oh hey Morgana, and he's like, wait, Morgana.
Oh my god. Like, I get it. Like, they have to have him back for it, but I will say I knew I was in for a good treat. Like, the big first standout moment for me was you're having that moment with Sai, and Akechi shows up when you're supposed to turn yourself in.
Oh yeah, that was pretty cool.
That is such a great reveal. Like, I filmed myself when he showed up. I have like a fucking dumb little video I sent to my girlfriend on Snapchat. Be like, holy shit! Because as soon as he showed up, I was like, let's go. This game's gonna get insane. Because when you think about it, it shouldn't make any sense. The man should be dead. There should be a million plot hole questions popping up in your head.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, what kind of Deus Ex Machina is this?
I know, and man, the fact that they actually found a way to make the Deus Ex Machina believable and not stupid, I give them really big fucking kudos for. So we're just kind of gonna go into this in terms of story, because if we jump around in terms of what chronologically happened, we're gonna be fucking talking about Maruki for like 9 hours and 5 minutes of Kasumi. So the game almost like kind of acts like it's in epilogue mode, which is really obvious because in the original P5, how did you feel about once you did the whole Christmas turn-in event? The game basically says, hey, so you technically played through January to April, but it's really only like for 2 days.
Yeah, I personally I thought it was kind of dumb, and I thought it kind of took away from the impact of the ending, because like, you know, like you take Persona 3 and 4, for example.
I was gonna say like especially Persona 3. Like, imagine if Persona 3 did what Persona 5 Vanilla did.
Yeah, because you know, Persona 3 and 4, both those games ended like after you save the world, or not so much Persona 3, but like you forget everything. So, but then the ending, it still hits you. But then Persona 5, it's like, okay, so we saved the world, but we're actually just gonna do like normal everyday stuff for the next couple months, and then the game's gonna end, and then I'm just like, that ending was kind of lame.
Yeah, and it wasn't even that, because it's not even like, hey, I'm doing normal stuff and we're time skipping. It's like the game never once shows you what it's like for him in Juvie. It shows him leaving Juvie. It doesn't even like give you an idea of like what he went through. It's like, you could have, obviously it could have been mundane, it could have been whatever, but like I appreciated them showing the idea of like, hey, they're trying to raise attention of like whether you're like your confidants and your teammates of like, hey, we want to get him out of jail. But like, even if it was just like give you the visual novel perspective of playing as everybody else, even if you're not making choices, like they just basically did a montage to show them saving him, and it just makes it feel like, oh, okay, cool.
I know. Yeah.
So, and we'll get back to that, because somehow they made one of my biggest complaints with the ending one of the best parts of the ending. So you go into the new year, and it kind of just feels like you're like, oh, cool. Like, there's no stakes. Like, nothing kind of feels like OMG until the dream sequence. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That dream sequence was like, ooh, they saved the good shit for this. I could tell. So you wake up in the school, you're wearing your Velvet Room prison attire, and does that not just like, because like immediately you're just like, why this? Why in the school? Why in this outfit? Why am I following the butterfly around? Like, there's so many great questions, but honestly, my biggest standout with that is how great is all the dialogue you hear as you're walking around the school.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because like you're just hearing everybody being like, oh man, yeah, I just really wish I could have ended up doing more for the track team and getting like the scholarship so I could have helped my mom, and like all these what ifs you're hearing of like, oh no, like, and then it slowly started hitting me of like, oh my god. And I really want to hear like your opinion on this though, Nyarly. Like, when you're starting that whole segment of the opening new year, walk me through what your head is thinking as it slowly starts clicking of these like, hey, this isn't right, what's going on here? Like, walk me through that whole kind of experience, because like on paper you're not in a palace until like maybe 2 hours after beating the last boss. Like, yeah, I mean, very story heavy.
Basically, what I thought was like, am I going into the Twilight Zone? Am I going to the other side from Persona 2 Eternal Punishment?
I know, like,
that's the kind of thing I was thinking, and it wasn't too far off.
Yeah, it's honestly that's a great analogy with the Twilight Zone, especially because like Twilight Zone isn't like supposed to be scary because like oh my god look at this crazy thing that happened. It's supposed to be twisted. Like when I went downstairs, seeing a human Morgana, and I want to get into this with you, especially as a Danganronpa fan, like seeing human Morgana was kind of like oh that's really weird, especially because we have no context. It's still very early into the new year. You're like okay. In my head, I was like, so did everybody have like a New Year's wish? And there's like a god who makes New Year's wishes come true? And this is like our gift for saving the world? I really wasn't sure. And the moment that it like, I don't know what it was about seeing her, seeing Wakaba, I was like, oh no, this is gonna be bad. Cause like you notice when they're talking to her, everyone's talking to each other like they've been this way forever.
Yeah.
And it would have made me feel so much better if like I knew it was like, oh look, my mom's magically alive. My cat's now hot. This is great. But the fact that you're like, oh no, something's
But the
off.
fact that you know everything.
Oh, and that you're the only one is the best part too. Cause like the whole time you're just like hanging out with everybody and you're having that moment at the I guess what is it like the temple or the shrine because everyone goes there in their kimonos and stuff to meet up and they're all talking like they haven't done this in a while and I'm like what is up like the story is presenting all of these great questions and but like it's working characters like Kasumi in very very well. It's just wrapping everybody up in this nice little like mystery of like honestly and I this goes to show like how much I give them writing credits for this whole sequence. If they just made this like a visual novel and took all the gameplay out, it would have been a great visual novel. Like the story writing alone, like it keeps you wondering, like the mysteries there of like what is going on. And like that moment when you run into Akechi is just like that little snap of like, oh no, all of this is gonna get really bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So like for you, what was that sort of like that process of learning that you're not in a real version of the world and that you're probably going to have to be the one to undo everyone's happiness? Because like for me that hit so hard. I felt so down.
Yeah, me too. But but at the same time, it was when you started talking to everyone and like they were having kind of incorrect memories. So then that's like kind of when they began to realize this isn't the real reality. So I guess after that, it didn't really feel as bad.
Do you know that scene in my least favorite part of the whole game when everyone is in the jail cells in the Velvet Room?
Really?
So it's right before you do the final boss fight of Vanilla.
Yeah.
And you're taking everyone out of the jail cells in the Velvet Room, and you have to go up and talk to them. And you have that conversation with every party member, and all the text is the same, but it's really infuriating.
Yeah, that was a pain in the butt.
They took that exact same concept I fucking hate, because it's super slow and an ending that's already 9 hours too long. And they do the same thing, but make you break your heart with it. Because, like, that little loop of waking up, finding someone, talking to them, having that moment of, like, hey, you know this isn't right, right? And just having them all, like, hit it was, like, so big. Like, for you, like, what were ones that stood out to you of, like, when you were talking to them of, like, oh, my God, I can't do this?
It was, well, definitely Futaba.
That one hurt, dude. That one hurt so bad.
Also Yusuke.
So, I'd be curious, so why was it Yusuke's that hit you so hard?
Well, I think it's because, like, because for one thing, Yusuke was still living with Madarame, and, like, you know, you do his social link in vanilla, or, I mean, if you do his social link in the base game, he keeps talking about, like, even despite all of the messed up things Madarame did to him, Yusuke still can't bring himself to hate him.
Mm-hmm.
And he was also, well, I mean, you also think about it, he was the only one where we actually like knew something about the person whose heart got changed. Like you never see Kamoshida in that reality. You never see Kaneshiro. And I'm also gonna say Haru too because we saw her dad was still alive.
Oh man, you're right. I forgot all about that. Yeah, it's not even that they're together. It's that they're working together. Because remember, she's going to make her coffee shop together with him.
Yeah.
Oh no, I forgot about that one. Also,
so I'd say my top 3 are Futaba, Yusuke, and Haru.
Those are great ones. I was talking about this shortly after the game came out. This was when we did a little bit of spoiler talks with Alyssa James from DualShockers and Mega 10 Marathon, and I was telling her the one thing that would have pushed me over the limit regarding Yusuke, I just wouldn't have done it. I would have just turned the game off and said, I can't do that. I can't break this guy's reality. Imagine how hard that would be if instead of, oh hey, he's living with Madarame again and everything's fine, his mom is still alive and he's with his mom now. I'm like, oh my god. Because like, you have those moments of like, everyone has somebody basically in this game. Makoto has her sister. Futaba has Sojiro. Well, like, even in their realities, I mean. Like, Ryuji still has his mom. An still has her parents, even though they're overseas. Like, Shiho is still alive. Oh, God, yeah, Shiho is also a good one. Oh, God, because she was going to come back to the school. Fuck, I, like, legit get sad thinking about, like, their happy ending and you having to end it. But, like, the one that really would fuck me up is just because Yusuke is such a goof to, like, kind of clown on in terms of, like, he's really just, like, he's a silly, eccentric, like, version of himself, but, like, the more you kind of, like, think of it as a character, like, he's, like, so lonely, especially after what you do, and, like, there's a reason he's so adamant. Like, I was talking to someone who's pretty early on, they'd beaten the original game, but they were like, I don't get why he's so adamant about sticking with Madarame for so long, and it's like, dude, he's got nothing. He has no one. Everyone in his life is dead. He has no memories of his parents. And, like, that's why, like, one of the most beautiful things is, like, the whole Sayuri thing as a painting could be really cheesy. But, like, legitimately, like, the fact that, like, it's so brilliant, and goes back to praising the original P5, the idea to keep that painting in LeBlanc so you see it every time you walk out is great. That's, like, a great reminder of, like, hey, like, you've affected someone's life irreversibly.
Yeah.
So, like, stuff like that, and, like, the game, like, it does just enough so that you know you have to keep doing this, but at the same time, keep making you question your motives. Like, I honestly can't think of anyone who's, like, future. I was like, oh, man. Like, the only one I was kind of, like, I was hit with weird emotions was, like, Ryuji. Because Ryuji's best future is one where he's never friends with you. Like, that moment where you're talking to him, and it's like, hey, yeah, like, we were just, like, hanging out together. Wait, why would we have hung out together? You're not even in my class. Because you think about it, without Kamoshida, they never would have met. Like, why would they have ever met without that whole bonding experience?
Right.
So, like, that whole thing was really, really great, and is a great example of you're doing the exact same thing that I hated. You're going to the characters, you're talking about a similar theme, you're snapping them out of a situation they're in. But because the emotional hit of it is so much harder, it's like, I'm legit, like, slowly, like, kind of, like, tearing up at the idea of, like, man, I fucking hate that I had to, like, rip these people out of, like, their futures. Because, like, it just stems from, like, especially, like, at least the kind of person I am, I'm the kind of person who would rather see my loved ones and my friends happier than before myself. And so, like, to be the one who has to make those choices to get them out of that hurts so much more. But Akechi is just the best way to just start that fire of, okay, there's definitely something here. Because, like, Akechi's whole thing is even more interesting of, like, hey, because I don't know what you chose, but when you first see him, you can ask him two things. Why are you here? Like, not why are you here, like, why are you still alive? Or, like, why did the police let you go? Which one did you pick?
I picked why did the police let you go.
Okay, so if you pick why are you still alive, because I went back and tried to select it because I couldn't find it elsewhere. If you go back and pick, hey, why are you still alive? He said, I don't know. Like, I remember blacking out, and the last thing I remember is waking up on Christmas Day, like, seeing you guys, like, he doesn't know why he's alive. So even to him, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, and I love that aspect about it, and especially when you get deeper and deeper into it, of, like, the fact that Akechi is dead that whole time affects the story, like, what, 1%? It really doesn't affect anyone. Who does that affect the most, though?
That's a good question.
Joker. Joker's the reason.
Yeah, that's...
Joker's... Why out of all of this happening in the third semester, why the fuck would I have had to rank up Akechi to rank 10? Like, why would he have affected anything? No. Because the only thing that you want in your life that's missing is you want your rival back, because he was also your best friend. And, like, that works on so many levels, and it's so fucking smart. And Jesus fucking Christ, if we could just, like, have pushed this game's development another, like, year or two and make the main scenario writer of Royal just redo the whole game and make this, like, a PS5 game, I'd have been like, just call it Persona 5.5, I don't care. It would be so great.
I hope he does Persona 6.
This is what's amazing, because, like, the development team who did 5 just eventually are now, well, not eventually, they're all working on Re-Fantasy, right?
Right.
So you know what team made Royal?
Right.
No, do you know what team made Royal?
I mean, I don't know what they're called.
Do you know what their last game was?
No.
Persona 4 Golden.
Oh, okay, yeah, actually, I did know that.
Yeah,
someone
that
me.
whole team, it's like, man, there's a reason P4G is so special. Like, those guys just have such a great knack of, like, okay, here is this apple. And I'm gonna make this apple the most, like, fucking perfect thing possible. But, like, hey, there are a lot of problems and blemishes because, hey, I'm not the one who made this apple. If there's some holes in the back, there's some holes in the back. But, man, when that's a juicy spot, that is a juicy spot.
They're gonna take the apple and they're gonna turn it into a caramel apple.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my God. The caramel apple analogy is actually very good, especially about covering up some of the weaker parts.
Yeah.
So yes, the plot setting everything up is fantastic, and if you've noticed, we haven't even talked about the palace. So, like, before you even get into the gameplay part of this, it's like, oh man, let's go. So, when you got to the palace, what did you really think? And actually, let's take a little bit of a step back to comment on, how did you feel about Kasumi's first awakening in the previous year? How did you kind of feel about that whole little moment?
I thought it was cool, but I didn't really understand it. But then when I saw the new palace, I'm like, okay, I'm guessing this has something to do with the third semester.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, but like they introduce so many elements and then just drop them till the end of the game. It felt really weird.
Yeah.
It almost felt like they were like, hey, so you just finished coming off your vacation. We haven't really done anything that big to hint at the new story, so I guess we'll, like, show the... Because they had to think of a point of introducing her persona before that year. But it was just kind of like, as an awakening, it's cool, but, like, in terms of, like, its relevancy to the story, it was kind of like... It almost felt like you were just playing a demo for the third semester.
Yeah.
So, compare that to, how did you feel when you came back, and one of my favorite parts of the game, it is Joker, Akechi, and Kasumi, the three of you, scoping out it for the first time. How did you feel about that moment?
I thought it was cool, cause like, yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of this whole thing. And it felt
like a natural party, because the game had actually gone, and the game is actually pretty bad, I'd say, Royal, about interacting Kasumi with other members of the Phantom Thieves until the third semester. But they do have good moments of starting up things between Joker, Akechi, and Kasumi. There are moments of the three of them, so like having that dynamic didn't feel like weird.
Yeah, but it's not like they were trying to sell her as a member of the Phantom Thieves before that.
Mm-hmm.
But what I was gonna say was I also loved having Akechi as your navigator / commentator.
Oh my god, dude! No, you can't lie like that. You can't just say having Akechi. You have to say having 100% edgelord Akechi as your navigator.
Yeah.
He has the most no chill ever. And it's really great because it's like, imagine because it just goes to the small touches of, hey, there's no reason for him to have a facade around you. Even like with Kasumi, he's like, well, hey, there's like no point in me hiding who I really am and how I act around you. So him being the real Crow when he's in battle, and like just seeing like the differences between how he moves, how he talks, how he describes stuff, I wish you could have like had him as a permanent navigator for the rest of the game, just because his stuff is so great.
He's the real Joker.
Dude, oh my god. And I know this goes into gameplay, but I even tweeted this out early in the week. I have the biggest hard on for his Showtime attack. His Showtime attack is the most brutal, like, Death Note anime inspired thing ever, and I love it.
Oh yeah, it's so cool.
And it's just so funny because, like, and it never feels like it's weird. Like, all of it, like, feels natural. It's like, yeah, that's just, like, you've worked up to this point of him being as it is. Because, like, if you took vanilla Akechi and then threw him into that third semester, you'd be like, why am I working with you? Like, I have no, like, yes, we have a, like, similar cause, but it would, like, feel like, it would just feel very, like, not true to, like, themselves as characters.
Exactly.
So, playing with them, very, very fun, and also it's finally nice to actually have Kasumi and be able to use all those DLC costumes I bought. We'll get into DLC later, but you didn't end up buying any of her costumes, did you?
No.
Okay. It really sucks because you have to wait the longest in the game. She has, like, some of the best costumes in the game, and it's really heartbreaking. So we get to the point finally though where what's really funny is, like, what should be the big reveal that Maruki is the palace ruler is, like, I love that it goes into it of, like, hey, you don't want to do this, like, you're gonna hurt yourself, because remember, like, the way all the shadows talk to you, they're not talking to you like they're guards, they're not talking to you like all the other palace rulers' personas talk to you, not personas, but they're demons.
Shadows.
Yeah, they're shadows and demons, but, like, they all talk to you like you're a patient. It's like, hey, stop this, you're hurting yourself, I need you to get back. Like the deeper you go into this palace, the more you're going to bring yourself harm and, like, others harm. And I thought, like, it was a really interesting thing for it of, like, what could it really be? And my big thing was, like, okay, clearly, like, I guess the most I kind of saw into this with my foresight was we had hints that Kasumi had a sister, but we never knew anything else, and my thought was she's either dead or kidnapped or something happened to her, and that she's here.
Like, during her social link, she does say her sister died.
Yeah. So, like, clearly, like, there's, like, weird, but, like, they're so ambiguous with it because they never even drop her name until the end. No, actually, no, they do say Sumeri, I think, in her social link.
Oh, I don't remember it.
So, but, like, it's very, like, minor and stuff. So, like, they talk about the sister enough to kind of leave it as, like, a breadcrumb, but not do a lot. And so, how did you feel with the full reveal of Kasumi being Sumeri and the real Kasumi not killing, but being ran over in that accident?
Well, I mean, it's not something I saw coming, like, as soon as I met her, but, like, once I got into the palace and then I saw the other Kasumi, I'm like, okay, I think I know what's going on here.
I gotta say, I know it's, like, a really tiny thing, because even, like, Kasumi's plotline is, like, already been done in a Persona game before, like, so it's not even really, like, that unique or special. I thought it was really powerful, though, that we see Kasumi die through Sumeri's eyes. Like, that it's POV, I think, made it really powerful.
Yeah.
Because you get to that point of you kind of get how Kasumi acts. And you're sort of seeing the differences between what makes Kasumi and what actually makes Sumeri different. And you get those little breadcrumbs that are greatly expanded upon in her social link for when she's Sumeri properly. But that reveal I thought was really, really great. And I got really scared when I saw that she got, like, kind of wrapped up in Maruki's thing. I was like, oh, man. I was like, please don't make her be, like, the damsel in distress now, and, like, we gotta play as her for, like, 5 minutes in this whole game. Like, I was so scared that, like, that after that boss fight, she's just going to be the damsel in distress.
Yeah.
By the way, that boss fight was really fucking, like, not, like, hard, but, like, kind of, like, interesting, because it's one of those weird boss fights of, like, you have to, like, play long enough without dying, but also, like, it keeps healing itself in the way that works.
Yeah.
All the different, like, Maruki Persona fights are just so freaking good, though. And then the way everyone is brought back in and revealing themselves, it just sets everything up so well. And it was, like, I don't know, it was kind of odd to be... The deadline never felt more looming than with the third semester. Like, the fact that, like, the deadline isn't, hey, you're getting expelled, or hey, someone's going to die, or someone's moving away. The deadline is, hey, look at my world. Just live in my world, and meet me at the end, and then make your decision. You know?
Yeah.
Like, so how did you feel kind of with that one of the deadline, like, not being optional? Because obviously you can still run the palace in a couple of days, but in terms of, like, letting you use that time to actually experience the world, how did you use that yourself?
Well, I mean, I kind of just treated it as like another month of the game because by that time, like, when everyone met in LeBlanc, like, that's when, like, their reality had been broken, so it didn't really feel that different.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any complaints with how the social life is handled in the third semester?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like they should have made it so that, like, they were in that alternate reality longer.
I get that, especially just because you kind of get, like, almost used to how weird and trippy it is. Like, I loved the little touches, like when you're going to the map and you're looking at the train station map and you see all the tentacles piercing through.
Yeah.
Like, they really do a good job of, like, not only, like, just showing you visually, like, with the UI and stuff, of, like, just even the little filter in the world, everything kind of has that almost, like, dreamlike aesthetic.
Yeah, and I also liked Human Morgana because, like, I mean, Morgana is probably my most hated character in the entire game, but when I saw Human Morgana and when he was talking to me, I actually, like, didn't want to feed him to an Orthrus for once in the game, but he was only like that for a couple days.
So, and I don't know if I can, like, say this as a complaint. I would have loved if this game had committed and made Human Morgana a party member.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
would
it's
have
like
been sick.
it's like you don't have to make him human in the palaces, just make him human in the normal game. Just give him like a human form.
I know. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, a large part of that is just because of Human Morgana's voice actor.
Yeah, that too.
Like, as soon as I heard oh god, is it Bryce, right?
I don't actually know.
It's the main takeaway from it is the voice actor was when I heard Human Morgana speak, I was oh my god, it's Komeda for Danganronpa 2. Like, I don't know, like, what did you have that, like, click as a Danganronpa fan at all? Like, when you heard him talk?
Not really.
It's so weird. I don't know why. Like, I think it's just because, like, his, like, cheery disposition. Like, I just immediately, like, heard, like, Komeda in my head of, like, oh man, Danganronpa 2 memories flashing back. I think the only thing that would have made me, like, scream with, like, more like, oh my god, this is so perfect, and I forget the voice actor's name and I feel really bad. Do you know who Kokichi's English voice actor is?
Like, I know.
That's okay. Just in
It's
case
on the tip of my tongue.
But, like, I think, like, Kokichi would have, like, been, like, my second choice, just in terms of, like, because you need Human Morgana to still kind of be smug and annoying, and, like, both of those characters nail that, like, role really, really well. So
Yeah.
the complaint is he's not in there long enough, and there's one, oh my god, this is such a tiny little issue, and I checked, this is just the English voice acting. If you talk to NPC Morgana and they're not like fully spoken out lines, it goes back to Cat Morgana's sound, and I hate it.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, it's like it's a voiceover clip bug, and I really hate that it does that, just because it's like, oh man, if that wasn't there, like, it would have been so perfect. And I know that's, like, such a tiny little thing, but, like, just hearing Cat Morgana again when it's human Morgana's face, it's like, ah, dang it.
Yeah.
For me, a weird one was I loved, and I cannot stress this enough, because not hate, that's a strong word. I think the second forms of everyone's personas are way too, like, try-hardy and weird. Like, I appreciate them for their weirdness, but I never thought they looked better than the original form. I love everyone's third form. The third form is just take the first and second form, fuse them together in Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's what you get.
Yeah, I really like their third personas.
Like, the designs are fantastic. Like, what are, like, someone's whose third persona design really stood out to you?
Yusuke.
Oh my god, the heels on his performa.
And also Ryuji's, because, like, when Captain Kid turned into Satan Taisei, I'm like, what the hell is this? But then it turned back into, like, another pirate character.
William was, like, such a good pick too, especially because it kept the modern look of him.
Exactly.
One for me that I don't know. Well, actually, no. I guess this is optional. You might not have gotten it. Did you max out Kasumi's social rank?
Yes.
I forget the name of it, but I love the bridal design for her third evolution.
Oh yeah.
If you use her in your party, did you ever use that persona?
Yeah.
Do you love how when it uses skills, it's her throwing the bouquet?
Oh yeah.
Like little touches like that, I'm like, God, this is so good. Because even the new characters having third persona evolutions is such a nice touch. Now you're wondering, how is this a complaint? I really didn't like how everyone's third persona was awakened by Joker Senpai. Please come to my room and look at my Persona 5 dancing assets. Because if you remember in Persona 5 dancing, one of the things is you can go into people's rooms. And when I saw everyone's rooms in the game, I was like, huh. These are the exact same models from Persona 5 dancing. Which then made me think, did the room assets exist for dancing and then they got copied into Royal, or do you think that they were made for Royal and they were thinking of new shit to add for dancing last minute?
I mean, I think they were made from dancing, but they just copied them in the Royal to save money.
It's just so weird, because, like, there's no reason, like, and so many of them are so awkward. Like, they're funny for, like, hey, you don't really, like, even, like, with Ryuji's, it's like, why did you invite me to your room? Like, I don't like you that way. Like, so they're funny for that, but, like, I didn't like how they took up a whole day. Like, I thought those could have just been an interstitial thing.
Yeah.
So, like, them taking up a day I thought was kind of dumb. I thought the comedy from it was pretty funny, but this kind of goes back more into my Velvet Room jail cell complaint of, like, everyone's topic with you was the same thing. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? I wasn't being myself. You were under a persona spell. I know, but I disappointed you. You didn't. Okay, new persona form.
Yeah.
It's like, I wasn't guilting you. I just didn't. I mean, it would have been more. I don't know. I get it. Like, they needed to think of, like, okay, why would all the characters need to have this one-on-one moment with you? But it was like, I was never once looking at my friends being like, oh, how could they have left me behind?
Mm-hmm.
So that was, like, a weird, like, negative, but, like, one of very few ones for the third semester. Palace theme. I don't know how you feel.
Amazing.
It's, like, so good. And it's, like...
It is perfect. Like, for the environment that they're going for, they absolutely nailed it.
It's a journey. Like, you're going through his psyche, and it's really great because, like, from the outset, you look at it, and it's like, okay, so... clean hospital aesthetic, I guess, and then you kind of get into labs, and then you sort of get into grimier works with, like, the back rooms, but the moment you're almost at the top, and after that, I think second to last VHS tape, where you see Rumi in the hospital bed, and you just see all the Rumi statues all over the very top of his palace. It's like, oh my god. Like, a palace has never been more fitting of a ruler than, like, his. Just because, like, you feel like you're just, like, walking through his psyche.
Right.
It's I'm so glad you agree, because, like, for me, it really just hit home the most once those... like, once you get to the color puzzle, and you're just surrounded by these giant statues of Rumi.
Yeah.
Story-wise, how did you feel about the VHS tape in terms of learning more about him?
I thought it was great. Like, I think it did, like, what most of the other palaces failed to do. It's like give you a good backstory for the characters.
How weird is it that Persona's best dungeons are in the beginning and end of 5?
It's weird.
Because it's like, it's not like everything in the middle is trash.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, but I mean, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, where it was like it had a really good opening, but then it just kind of lost my interest after that, which is the opposite of Persona 3, where it's like it starts off kind of whatever, but then it gets more interesting as it goes on.
Do you have?
But then you have Royal, where it's like it gets less interesting as it goes on, but then it gets really interesting again for the end.
It's so weird. Like, it's the most reverse roller coaster ever of, like, pretty good high, valley, it's pretty good, whoa, this is getting real low, and at the very end is the very, very big climb up.
Yeah.
For you, did you have, like, a favorite VHS tape moment of learning more about his past and, like, why he is the person he is today?
I think it was when he was, like, dealing with Ruby's, like, traumatic episodes.
That one is like
when he was with her in the hospital.
I know, like, man, I'm just like thinking though, like that moment when he's talking. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking cry during this podcast. Like the moment where she says, "What about your girlfriend?" And he's like, "Oh, I can't do that with her anymore. She's gone. Like she's no longer with me anymore."
Mm-hmm.
And that like fucking moment of like, man, because you just assumed that like, because when he's describing why his girlfriend left him earlier in his social rank, it's like, okay, he failed at protecting their family from a break-in, and it just psychologically fucked with her. And then you finding out that no, he didn't just like fail at protecting her from a robbery. Her parents are dead now. Her parents are like were such a big like deal to her, and even though we don't even know anything about this character, there's Rumi, like we learn how much he cares for her in just like those handful of scenes from the buffet and the VHS tape, and even just looking at how he still idolizes her. Because there's never a moment where he's like, oh, I should like get another girlfriend. It's like, no, he found his one, but he knows that he can't do that ever again. He can never have that life. His life is dedicated to making other people's life happy. Not because he's like stricken with like, I need to finish my research because I need to prove my point. No, he wants to prove his point because when he does, he can make everyone have the life he never could have.
And he's doing it at the cost of his own life.
Exactly. And it's so interesting because do you remember one of the earliest themes when it comes to Persona 5? It wasn't always steal your heart.
It was you're a slave, want emancipation.
Okay, true. The very early beta one was.
Okay, what was the other one?
Was like take back the world, like take the heart, like it was steal things, change the heart by your force. Whereas Maruki is the inverse. He wants your heart to give what you've always wanted, even if you can't have it. And like so, showing those dualities between the Phantom Thieves and Maruki is so great. That's what like one of the reasons once you get towards his rank 10 moment in his confidant of like, obviously it's the same as everyone else. Oh, I know you were the Phantom Thieves the whole time, but it was like him going into it was like, hey, I've learned a lot through the Phantom Thieves. Like I'm not going to do what they do, obviously, but like think of all the like benefits that could come through the world of cognitive science.
Right.
Like my big takeaway. And I was kind of surprised this one hit me as hard as it did. The Rumi one is probably this, but I'm going to also just say my second place just so we don't copy answers. The moment with Kasumi hit me actually harder than I thought it would. Because you just see that moment, and this works more of also telling Kasumi's kind of story outside of her last 5 social ranks of once her sister's dead, how like much of just like a shell she is. And that little conversation of him, because like, the way he uses his powers, you never like see him like evilly manipulating things or changing things. It is so subtle. It's almost like if you've ever seen like Inception. Like he changes you by tricking you into thinking you've done it. And that moment of starting the conversation talking about what was it like having too many apples and stuff, and how like Sumeri's a really good cook, and then by the end of it. She's Kasumi, and she's like, wait, I actually don't really do any cooking at all. That's weird. And, like, just little things like that of, like, seeing how his power works. Another one I wanted to pick is actually showing him on Christmas Eve or whatever, getting his persona in that, like, moment of the sky's all red and everything, and him, like, his persona finally coming to him and saying, hey, the god of control is dead. This is now becoming your power and your responsibility. What are you going to do with it?
Exactly.
Like his I guess like for lack of a better word, that's basically his awakening scene. It's really, really great. I would say it's the best adult Persona awakening scene ever, but you have not seen Zenkechi's from Scramble. That is the best adult Persona awakening scene ever. Don't at me. But yeah, like he just has like so many like great bits of like you keep learning reasons about why you're there and why you need to take him down without it ever being like, damn, he's a bad guy now. Like, I never lost my respect for him as a character in that world. He still felt believable, even though you kept knowing that you had to take him down at the end of the day. Trying to think before we get into final boss fight talk, so that is also ending. When You heard, I believe, for the first time in context. Tell me that's not the best boss theme in the game compared to River.
You mean like infiltration theme? 'Cause it doesn't play during a boss fight.
It does actually. I believe plays during the last phase of Adam Cadmon.
Does it?
It does.
Oh, okay.
Similar with how River plays when you're fighting against Shido and not Big Boy, but I think he also yes, River also plays when you're fighting against Holy Grail.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll get to that at the end, but
yeah, how did you feel about that song in terms of like just kind of like building hype? Because man,
yeah, it was pretty good.
And the fact that those lyrics were written by Lotus Juice just shake me to my core.
Yeah.
We have the dude who fucking is most known in the world, in the fandom at least, for a song that involves saying the word baby 9,000 times. And he can write this just, like, something about, like, I don't know, like, what it is with Lin specifically, but, like, whenever Lotus Juice fucking writes songs for Lin, he just fucking kills it. Like, another one he did is he wrote the lyrics for Scramble's main theme, which I fucking really love as well.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I'm really glad like how like the sound team has been like kind of evolving without kind of losing what makes them so memorable.
Yeah.
So let's get into it.
Well, actually, there is one other thing I want to talk about in the dungeon. What did you do for like that quiz part?
Oh, well, hold on. For the quiz, are we? Oh my God, you're right. Wow. Sorry. This dungeon's really, really big. So yeah, please go and describe everyone like the part you're talking about, because I didn't forget about it like it wasn't memorable. I forgot because yeah, that's such a big deal.
It's like when the patients are getting examined for like whether or not they need treatment.
It makes you go through a psych evaluation in the dungeon.
Okay, but here's the thing. For the first thing, like I think the first question, it was like, what was it? It's on the tip of my tongue. Like, do you remember what it was?
They're all very.
Oh, okay. I remember what it was now. It's like it's like somebody's in trouble. So it's like, do you try to help him yourself, or do you try to get help?
Yeah, it's like. It's like, do you call the cops or do you chase down the robber?
Okay, so like I knew the answer was to get help after like talking to everybody about it, but I thought I was supposed to choose the wrong answer. So I chose that answer, but then I didn't get any treasure, and I had to get into a fight, and then the Phantom Thief scolded me for it later. So then I actually like tried to get the right answer for the next one, but I messed it up. I think it was like if you're trying to achieve your dreams, but what you're doing isn't getting you anywhere. Is it like, do you keep doing it? Do you try to find something else? Or do you try something else? Or do you just give up?
Yeah, and there were like different little weird ones. Like the last one is like, it's got like 5 or 6 different options to choose from. It's like, hey, you have the power of a god. What is the first thing you do with it? Like, what do you do with your god powers? And what's great is the characters even mention this, like you say, you don't know what to pick. Am I picking what I would pick? Am I picking what they think I should pick? Am I picking what Dr. Mariki would pick? And you don't really know. And that's like the great sign of like a psych evaluation test, is there's not a clear black and white answer, even for that first one where there are like 2 choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a fantastic section of the game, and a really good example of a long puzzle room without feeling like you're just banging your head against the wall trying to get it. Because even if you get it wrong, you're still making progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really, really great one. And also one that has a bunch of flavor text, like talking to all the patients is very fascinating. Especially.
What answer did you choose for the second one?
For the second one, assuming or remembering correctly, remind me. So it's like what would you do in what situation again?
It was like I can't remember what the exact situation was, but it was like you're trying to basically get work done and achieve your dreams, but what you're doing isn't giving you the results you want.
It's been a hot minute, and I like really forgot. And you have to remember, like my last section of beating like both Persona games, I'm like beating them at like 5 a.m, and I'm like, okay,
oh yeah,
I get it for it.
Well,
do you remember what you picked?
Well, okay, from what I remember of the answers, there was like this one woman who was like, she was like singing, but she wasn't like getting enough viewers or something like that, so she just kept doing it. And then there was this one guy who was like a streamer, and he like wasn't getting any views either. But then he started like making a bunch of he started making like a bunch of exposed videos on people, and then he started getting popular. And then there was this other one who was like who he was going to try to do something else.
So,
But I think the answer I picked it was okay. I know it was the wrong answer, but I'm pretty sure it was just keep doing it.
okay, so I have the area because I wanted to kind of get with the questions.
Like I probably would have picked try something else, but after reading like what the guy who chose that answer did, I'm like that's probably wrong.
And I like that, like, even if I picked a wrong answer, I didn't have it. And did you actually look into any of the ways that you could cheat? Because there were little ways that you could, like, okay,
Well,
it's definitely not this if you, like, went through vents and stuff.
yeah, I did that for the last one, but that one I didn't cheat for.
Okay, so it doesn't say which one it was. I found, like, a guide. It's like, okay, there's 2 color doors, 3 color doors, and 5 color doors. But it's a very, very interesting, like, kind of system and I hadn't enjoyed a section in a palace that much. At least that made me think since Okumura's palace, and and I'm not talking of with Royal specifically because I actually cut it in Royal. It was that one section where you're having to find like here's the peons, find their assistant manager gets you the manager gets you to like the general manager. Like it was like it took the complication of that, but without making it like really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
So going into the boss fight, I would like, because I am spoiling everyone here now. You did not really like the last boss fight as a boss fight. Walk me through that. Like, why was it as a boss fight you kind of thought Maruki's final persona just didn't really hit you very hard?
Okay, because like I did the first phase. That was really cool. Like with his like with the music and it being
Are you sure? Are you
Azathoth and like
sure you're not just saying that because you liked oh god, what is it? It's
Azathoth.
yeah, because it's Azathoth.
No, like I actually did like it because like I feel like like the music with it that like the music especially that like set the tone of like what kind of boss I was fighting. But then when I beat him and he summoned Adam Kadmon, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get to fight this thing, don't I? So then I beat up Maruki after like a couple of God's hands. Then Adam Kadmon starts creaming us, and then I'm like, okay, so I'm actually gonna get to fight this thing, right? But then it's just like it starts becoming scripted, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's disappointing.
Um,
Like if I like, because the thing about scripted battles it doesn't actually feel like I got to fight him. It's just like I just did a thing.
See, so this is the weird thing with me is I actually really appreciate it. Like, I honestly, looking back on it, the final boss fight is fighting before he becomes Adam. Like, really, once it's Adam, it's like pretty much all scripted cinematic stuff.
Exactly. Like I wanted to fight Adam, but I didn't
I
get
guess,
to.
but
I got to
because
fight.
like, was the cutscenes just like not satisfying? Like what was it about seeing it all mainly be happening in cutscenes for a final boss that kind of made you feel like, oh, I should have been the one doing this?
Well, I mean, it's just. I mean, it's not like I guess not really from a story standpoint. It's just more from a gameplay standpoint. Take another Megaton game like SMT Nocturne for example. You beat Kagutsuchi and then you beat Lucifer. Like those are both really hard boss fights and they're really rewarding. So I did a lot of time. I mean, Persona 5 is an easy game, but I did a lot of time preparing for this boss fight. So I beat Azathoth. He was pretty hard, and then I'm like, okay, so this next boss is going to be even harder, but it wasn't. It was just scripted again.
See, I actually liked that Azathoth was. Not only was he very hard, he actually changes his patterns a lot. He has a lot more normal phases for like kind of a
Right.
boss, and as just like a general challenge, I actually really enjoyed it. Just with the way he kind of flowed and worked in the fight. But the reason I guess I give such a pass to Adam being so scripted is because it's not only that it's like being really scripted, it's like it's to show you, hey, you can't do this. And you can't show that in an RPG without it just instant wiping you and then being like, wait, why am I. Like, it has to kind of trick you into thinking, hey, I can't beat this, but I also can't let this thing kill me, you know?
Well, I mean, but what they could have done was they could have had it so that Like, so you fight Adam Cadmon in his normal form, but then he turns into Super Adam Cadmon, and
See,
then you can't beat him, and then you get the scripted
then
part.
we're becoming Dragon Ball Z. Then I would have like really, really hated that. And also, there are like two little bits I want to say in terms of like me defending it. But I do want to take a step back to the first phase of the final boss. Who was your final four party?
It was Joker with Lucifer, Kasumi, Makoto, and Ryuji.
So one of my favorite parts about that whole fight, and another thing I talked about a little bit before, but now that we're in the spoiler cast, I want to see what you thought. How great is it during the process of that fight that Maruki has little one-on-one moments with everyone, pleading with them all to stop? Of like,
oh yeah, that was
Ryuji,
cool.
think about your mom. Like, because like they've done bits like that of like Akumura calling like out party members, but specifically the last boss just begging you to stop and let him win is I thought was so great.
Yeah.
Also, is fantastic for Akechi because Akechi is being like, "Come on, like, don't you want to live?" And him being like, "Fuck you, I don't want to live in a world where you're the only reason I'm allowed to live."
Yeah.
So going into Adam though, the reason I like the way it works is because it's to sell it as, hey, he is a unstoppable fucking force. You cannot do almost any damage on him, and when you do, you're barely able to get like over 1,000, and when you do, he can just heal himself and other little things. But it explained it. It said this is what is happening, and you see it. You see like the glowing blue around him. It's like explaining why he's this crazy omnipotent force, and especially if you know what Adam Kadmon is and like the spiritual like world that he kind of originates from. It makes sense. He's this immense divine being, and like is an almost more like powerful than God kind of creature. Because remember, all the God of Control's power and rights and stuff all went into his persona. Like, so he is just like a souped up but not shitty version of the final boss in the original Persona 5. So it makes sense he's this crazy ass strong god. And the fact that like there are two bits that I want to like say I cannot believe that you did like this is when they're analyzing him and they're like, we need you to think about what we can do, and it's like, okay, he has one weak spot, but it's only when he hits you. And like the fact that in the game just like, okay, the anime moment of everyone holding his fist down as it's punching them and you running on top was just so awesome to me. And that fucking Metal Gear Solid 3 moment, and I know you haven't played a lot of Metal Gear games, but that moment of you jumping on his head as he's finally exposed his weak spot, and this is the inverse of the ending of Persona 5. It is you shooting a Persona in the head with your gun, but the personal stakes of this one. This isn't you whipping out your giant Persona gun. This is you barrel to his head, basically and symbolically, as all of your friends that you've worked together to get to this point are holding down this unstoppable god, and this is your one chance to shoot him and kill him. And like, I thought that would be an amazing, crazy, awesome cinematic moment for me. But you've even forgotten this. Adam Kadmon isn't even the final boss.
I know. Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
But like then the final boss being it's just
have a fist fight.
It's just Metal Gear Solid 4, and they're just fighting each other on top of everything, and it's the fucking best thing ever. Except Metal Gear Solid 4 is technically the best two people fighting each other ending ever, but that's okay.
Yeah. It's more like Yakuza, but except they actually still have their shirts on.
That's true. That if they were shirtless, that would have just actually been copyright infringement would have happened right there. But like, I just loved that like. That symbolic thing of like, and especially because it's not like they land there with each other and they're like, hey, fuck you, we're fighting because we have to find a winner. Like, there is that moment Maruki has with Joker where he's like, I know that I've lost, I know that you've beaten me, I can't just let this happen. Like, he has to, with every being in his body, he believes in himself and his cause so much to the bitter end that even when he knows he's going to lose and die, he would rather lose and die doing everything he can to make his dreams come true than to just fucking collapse and just be like, okay, you win, take over my mind.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not saying like it's bad from a cinematic standpoint, but like from a gameplay standpoint, I just thought it was kind of disappointing.
I don't know, like, in my head, I'm like, I don't know how you have a satisfying, like, super hard, crazy boss without then getting to that moment. Because, like, you can't just, like, because this is what I hate. Like,
Lucifer and SMT Nocturne.
I know you're saying, but, like, think about it like this, though. In my head, I fucking hate when you whoop ass on a boss. And it's like, you just destroy this boss. It was super close, and like you barely fucking made it. And the cutscene immediately after you beating this boss is it becoming more powerful and beating you down again. I'm like, no, you can't make it look like I can beat this thing and then say I can't beat this thing.
Well, here's a better example. How about Devil Survivor 1 in the Song of Hope ending, where after you beat, like, Babel's, like, security system, all your demons are taken away, but then you still gotta fight Babel.
That is a good concession of, hey, we're contextualizing this, but obviously... then it kind of goes back to, okay, well, this game's core systems doesn't really let you actually do anything without your personas, so I see what you mean by it, but I guess it's at the same point of, like, I liked so many of the boss fights leading up to Adam that I was like, whatever, story me up, baby. I don't care. Like, I wasn't at the end of this game for a hard boss fight. I was at the end of this game for a good story.
Well, but the thing about his palace is that, like, I mean, the game is, Persona 5 is super easy, but then when you get to the last palace, it actually does get kind of challenging, because it starts throwing buffed enemies that have skills they don't normally have. Like, if you encounter a Hoster, he has evade physical, which he normally doesn't have.
Yeah, doesn't that like suck? Like when you get like to the whole third semester, where like even the gameplay is better than vanilla. It's like,
exactly.
It's like, come on, this is in the same package. And like I said, I'm disagreeing with you eminently just because of like how hard that story hit for me, and I'm one of those people like I could not give a shit less about how easy or hard an SMT game is for me. Like that's like super low down on my list of like why I come to it. I know there are people who do that for, but even with like that final like little boss fight aside, like with those cutscenes and those moments of you guys coming together and basically falling into the abyss together after that fight, like what was your kind of takeaway from his palace's ending fight aside, so mainly going back to the story?
I mean, well, again, it's basically what you said, like, well, like with him like clinging to his ideals so hard that he's like willing to fight you even though he knows he's lost. But what I am glad they didn't do, I'm glad they didn't kill him.
Oh my, well,
because like,
yeah, that's gonna get into it like later with it, but
well,
like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
Because I think it just would have been so cliched if they had made it, because like there's so many things where like bad guy and good guy like have this big epic final battle, but then the bad guy accepts that he lost and then he kills himself, but that's not what they did.
You know what I hate?
Or like,
this is what I hate. I hate that Mariki being the last boss in this game is a spoiler, because ever since I've beaten this game, I've wanted to tell people this. Like, my opinions on Royal have moved in a lot of different ways. I don't know if this is a hot take for you. This is the best Persona villain in the entire series. Mariki is the best villain. He's not the main villain that keeps the whole plot going, but for me, when I reflect on everything, as a final boss fight, it is the best in all 5 games, hand down.
I might have to replay Eternal Punishment, but I'm not going to say it's not impossible for me to think that.
I just want to say it so bad. And it's one of those funny things of, you know what's actually kind of funny in the inverse? Is like, this is like if they found a way to make Adachi a little bit of a better character and a lot more explained and basically explain on his story outside of an anime OVA, and then made him the final boss fight instead of gas station attendant god. Because like they basically swap it. It's like, hey, the final god is like the big bad god is the second to last boss fight, and your school guidance counselor who's been feeding you snacks is this like amazingly well written and deep character who you have to beat.
Right.
It's just so crazy to me, but like and I mean, I don't mean this as any like disrespect to any other games, but it's just one of those weird moments of like, even like odd like takes and shit like this, where it's like, as a beat to beat game, I enjoyed probably Scramble more than Royal consistently. Like consistently, Scramble just gets better. But like, as just a fucking last boss that just hits you, and it hits you like a fucking train, I cannot believe how well they knocked Maruki out of the park, and it's just what sucks. And I want to get into this with you now before we get into gameplay, as we're almost at hour 3. Well, this is a big question.
Mm-hmm.
When you were playing through that third semester, tell me any reason it couldn't have just been selected like FES does the answer.
Well, I mean, because, like, you had to... I mean, Kasumi was part of it, and you had to get to know her in order to do it.
Make her optional. Give her some interlink
yeah,
text.
But, like...
Say, hey...
But let's say they gave you the option to skip straight to the new semester. It would have been like...
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you boot up Persona 5 Royal, one of my big things is... This third semester is so good, and the rest of the game does not live up to it in any way, shape, or form, that you should have just been able to jump into the new year and just say, hey, I'm signing a waiver, give me a little character bio, here is the TLDR spark notes on who Kasumi and Maruki are, because that story as itself is all of their best setup and origins pretty much in there. Like, yes, you're going to miss little bits of context, but guess what? Persona 3 Fez did the same thing of like, hey, they changed around stuff in the journey. The journey wasn't the same in FES as it is in OG P3. Like, that's still there if you want it to be there. But like the fact that when I recommend people experience P5R, I have to give a big caveat if you've already played the game and say, but you gotta replay through the whole game again, and a lot of it is the same, but when you get to the end after 80 plus hours, the last 20 is really great.
Yeah, I mean... I want to agree, but at the same time, I really did enjoy doing Kasumi and Maruki's social links, and I feel like if I had just gotten like a 5 or 10 minute rundown of their characters, I feel like I wouldn't have had the same opinion that I do now.
Now remember, I'm not just saying it's only selectable through that menu and that's how you get introduced to them. I'm saying this is exactly like Fez. You can play through the whole game again and let them lead into each other, or you can just jump straight to the end. Like, not saying either or, I'm saying it is an option.
Yeah, but I feel like if they had done that, then that's what I would have been tempted to do.
Well, that means you're a bad reviewer.
I know.
I mean, it would have gone from me having a 30-minute review on YouTube to just doing what you did with Bayonetta and Vanquish. I'll just do a tweet. Just like, hey, that's pretty good. I mean, the boss fight was easy. It was pretty good.
Yeah, again, we've said our fair criticisms of Persona 5, but it's not like you're being forced to play Sonic 06 20 times.
Your analogies are so odd, my man. I guess before we though kind of get off of that idea, even though you don't necessarily agree with my idea that the third semester should have kind of been more standalone with it, how did you feel about leaving that palace and that dream world, and then, because this almost was more of a mindfuck than the New Year stuff, of when everything goes back to normal, they're not fucking kidding. When you go back to normal, you are back in jail. Everyone, like, it is legit, you are just back playing P5 vanilla.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, where's Joker? Oh wait, I'm in jail.
And I was like, that is great. Like, it's not like you don't get a goodbye, you don't have like a tender anime boy moment with Akechi, you don't have a moment of you having to go back to jail and everyone's like sad on Christmas again. Like, no, that time that happened is still there. Like, because think of how much it would have just felt like, oh, what the fuck, you just made everything we did filler, if after Maruki's beat, you see the time go back and it's January 1st again.
Yeah, that would have sucked.
That would have been like, and fuck you, this has just become not canon. So, like, I give them so much respect for just saying, no, guess what? The fact that I'm going to say this and it makes sense to people who've beaten Royal is a testament to how well this third story ends. The fact that the vanilla ending and the Royal ending are still canon at the same time blows my mind.
Yeah.
Like, that's such a cool thing to do. And, like, it opens the, like, options up for so many possibilities. Like, just because we've gone really, really long, I don't have anything, like, too great to say. I'll say, because we're going to kind of skip over some of the, like, little fillery stuff. I think the new stuff for Valentine's Day and White Day is really, really fun. I really liked that. Who did you have for White Day?
Kasumi.
Good choice.
I only romance Kasumi.
Did you like, by the way, how and this is new, and I've not really seen a lot of people talk about it. On Valentine's Day, at the end of everything, well, I guess, hold on, did you also pick Kasumi for Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
I picked,
I didn't have any other choices.
Did you romance other girls?
No.
Did you get a text message at the end of the day from Ryuji?
Yes.
What did it say?
I don't remember what it said.
Okay, so I don't know how this works on your end for it. So I had every girlfriend possible in the game, but I only dated... Hey, I'll say this. I asked my girlfriend, I said, who should I date? And she said, how many can you date? I said, you can date everybody. I said, you can date everybody. All right, cool.
Or are you talking about like the scenes where they give you chocolate?
Yes, but like...
Okay, I did their social links, but I didn't romance them, so I had that.
Okay, so I did because I'd never seen in my vanilla playthrough the scumbag version of Valentine's Day. So I'd never seen what happens when all the girls come in at you and are like, hey, what the fuck? You told me I was your sweetheart. So I didn't have that happen. So what happens is, and this is new and royal, is the moment of you basically lying on the floor unconscious, and Shojiro is like looking at you, and he's like, man, I tried to come up with a good excuse for you, but like, you're just really bad at cheating. And then your phone goes off, and Morgana looks at your phone, and he reads off your phone, and it shows it's Ryuji. And Ryuji's like, man, today sucked. I didn't get any chocolate at all. Well, I guess like my mom gave me chocolate. Does that count as a girl giving me chocolate on Valentine's Day?
Okay, now I remember it.
Like that little extra bit from him, like that is so perfect, especially if you're just lying on the floor after getting like demolished on Valentine's Day. White Day I thought was just kind of like, I liked it, but the fact that it literally goes Valentine's Day immediately into White Day feels a little forced. But I will say the idea.
But yeah, I mean,
it's worth it alone.
I was gonna say,
it's worth it alone though for Sojiro helping you set up the perfect date. That bit alone is great.
Yeah, but again, it goes into the whole part of like the ending just feel stretched out, and like I saved the world, but I doesn't feel like I saved the world because now I'm just doing Valentine's Day dating and junk.
I would say it's a weird thing. It's not that you save the world and now you're just living a mundane life. It saves the world and it doesn't let you feel like you can live in it. It's like you save the world, we got to get you out of here. You can't live in this world. Once you live in the normal world, you're gonna see it's boring.
Yeah.
So how did you then feel at the updated ending? And there are two major things to this. The first one being everyone sitting around talking about what they're going to do with their lives. This is new to the game of Ryuji planning on moving away, On planning on moving, Yusuke, fucking sad sap, is going to stay where he is because he's a broke college student. Like, how did you feel about that little talk all the Phantom Thieves had at LeBlanc?
It was pretty cool.
That is an awesome scene and actually gives me really big Persona 4 dancing epilogue vibes, where like it has that moment at the end of Golden where it shows you in dancing of everyone talking about what they're going to do with their lives now that they're like moved on. Boggles my mind to no extent that Kasumi is not there, and they just wrote her off again.
That's what I was thinking. It's like, where's Kasumi?
They wrote her off again, and we're just like, she's at practice. Like, you can't do that again. Like, this is new. You wrote this. Why would you do this?
I guess you could use the excuse that like she's young, so she's not ready to move on with her life yet. But Futaba was there too.
Yeah, it's really frustrating, and this also is then mimicked into the next thing I want to talk about, which is I love this ending cutscene, and I mean like the animated ending cutscene. I love this actually way more than the vanilla one of the road trip. But oh my god, especially because both of us dated Kasumi. If you dated Kasumi, the last thing you did in this game is you silently smiled at her as you got on a train? Like, it's so weird to me. Like, yes, there's that moment before the actual game ends where the two of you are sitting at a booth and talking about, well, you're moving back, I'm still going to be here, well, we'll still find times to see each other. But, like, that doesn't change the fact that in that animated cutscene, it literally, like, you have more of an emotional response seeing Dr. Maruki as your Uber driver than your girlfriend as you're about to leave.
Exactly.
So, like, that was really frustrating, but thankfully, like, honestly, every other little bit of that I liked. Like, how did you feel about the original game's ending of the road trip compared to this?
I thought the original game's ending was okay, but this one I like a lot better.
So why is that specifically for you? Because actually,
Well,
I've seen a lot of people be like, "Oh, I'm sad. I enjoyed the idea of them all going on like a
okay,
sneak road trip."
Scramble takes place right after this, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was
So that
literally one of the big
explains like
things.
people chasing you and junk.
Well, no, no. Well, like, okay, so yes and no. So one of the things people were like, "Wait, why don't they do a road trip anymore?" Like, hey, the whole point of Scramble isn't that it starts on a road trip. You start in Shibuya. Like, you start in like where you are. You're visiting your town again. You're coming back. So that would mean that in the course of less than a calendar year, you guys took 2 road trips together. And you never talked
Yeah.
about the first one. So I think it was smart to separate each other, and it actually makes that little goodbye moment you have a couple of days before a lot more powerful of like, hey, we are going our separate ways. Like, we can't just be together forever. It doesn't mean we can't help each other, but yeah, like, that's why I give it more of the
And I'm
pass.
guessing the guys chasing you are the villains in Scramble.
No, they're not, but they are tied into
Who
it.
are they?
That they are just the police. They're the police keeping tabs on you. Might be like SIU people and stuff like that, but that like police department and stuff. That's the same people that like Zenkechi and stuff are all part of.
Oh, okay,
But they're
that's
not
kind
the
of.
but they're not the bad guy. They are just like tied into the story of, hey, why is this like why is this 40-year-old man with glasses following this RV of teens around? Basically, they just decided to give that person following them all around a character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thankfully the whole point in this would have been really cringy. Thankfully, there's never a moment in Scramble that's like, oh shit, we gotta sneak away from the cops. It's like it's very Lupin the Third in Scramble. It's like the cops know they the kids know they're being chased by the cops, and the cops know that the kids know that the cops are there. It's a very like, hey, we know you're there kind of thing.
Okay.
So yeah, any like big takeaways for you? Like I assume Marky, you enjoyed seeing him.
Maruki being alive.
That gave me so much hope, and I appreciated that. Again, I wish I had filmed myself doing this, but I definitely screamed after the post credits, and you get to see someone wearing a Ketchy's school uniform, and I guess it's not really a school uniform. I guess it's just like his jacket. But like that little glimpse, like you don't see his face. There's nothing of his face. You just see the clothes in the background on the train, and he never actually catches him. I was like, oh my god. I was so excited because that means there's a chance he is alive. But at the same time, I'm also like, I've played through Scramble, and I know how much Akechi's in that game, and I'm like, I really hope Royal and Scramble do well enough for us to at least get one game to pay that off. Because if that plot line gets dropped, I will be so sad.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one thing you think about. We don't actually. I mean, we got Scramble coming in the West, but in Japan, we don't actually have anything coming up.
Yeah, Japan has fucking no idea. Like, if we think we're dead for news, at least we can ask where's the game that's done. If you're in Japan, you're fucking sitting on your ass waiting for SMT5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really odd, especially because, like, if you're Atlas, it makes me really frustrated. This kind of goes back to something that, like, I got tweeted about today, but of, like, why does Atlas only ever use Atlas Faithful for new stuff? I was like, because think about it like this. And, like, Nyarly, this is a really depressing fact, but I have to come to terms with this. There's a very, very good chance that we don't even hear anything about Scramble until Catherine on Switch is re-released. And I don't like living in that world.
I mean, we all know why.
But like, if you're Atlas, why not announce the game at all? Why continue to ignore this game that's done?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna get it. I'm just realistically, what I'm afraid of is that we're just gonna have to wait a really long time. Like, I'm expecting it to come out like maybe November.
PS5 upgraded port, dude. Got deal. It's like the Hyrule Warriors Legends, but for Persona 5 Scramble.
Yeah.
They added It's like we got a game delayed so long in English they gave us the royal version for the first version.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's just so frustrating because like they've now hit the point. I don't know how you're like. What's the hype gauge for like your community and stuff with Scramble?
I mean, I've only done one video on it, and that was my it was my impressions video, and it's like I think it's like one of my top 10 most viewed videos. But like,
I'm talking like comments. When you're seeing people on your comments or on Twitter, like how often are you seeing people like being like, "Where's the scrambled eggs?"
I'm actually, yeah, I'm seeing quite a lot of people talking about it. I mean, it's not like I'll tweet something unrelated and then they'll comment that, but like I've made multiple tweets. It's like, where's scramble? When are we gonna get scramble? And most of them agree with me.
Yeah, I'm glad that like fans and stuff are getting more excited for it. It's just like one of those cases, like I said in my like a previous video. I was like, the game just needs to get announced so that they can start showing it, and then people are going to want to play the demo, and then once more people know they want to play the demo, then they're going to get their hands on the game, and then once they get their hands on the game, they're going to be like me and everyone else in Japan who played it, and be like, holy shit, the game's better than the demo, which is saying a lot, because you did not like the game until you played the demo.
Exactly. But it's just like, at least let us know we're getting it. I mean, it's going to be like Apocalypse where we don't know, like, right before we get it.
It's really frustrating, though, because, like, I hate that, like, I see a lot in my community of people not, like, just saying, hey, we're excited for it. It's now gotten to the point where they've taken so long to announce it. I have people in my fan base who straight up just think it's not coming out. I'm like, of course it's coming out, but it's like...
It's when.
Yeah, and I hate that, because it's like, there's really no reason. There's no reason at all, but, like, at the same time, there are also world reasons into it, but... It's a whole stupid how do you do. You know what? We've talked a lot about this game's story. I don't know if you've noticed over the last 3 hours. Nyarly. Give me your feelings on this game and how it plays. How did Royal playing it for you make you feel? Besides, obviously, the fact it's too easy, how did you feel about the gameplay improvements and quality of life changes?
I think the quality of life improvements and the gameplay changes are great. Like, I mean, they address most of the little nitpicky little issues I had with Persona 5, but they don't completely change the game. But like, I feel like if Persona 5 were a little more challenging, then this would be without doubt the best Persona game as far as gameplay is concerned. Because, like, I love the new Persona traits. I love the new command skill accessories. I like the alarm fusion. I like the exploding enemies, and I like what they did to guns.
Yeah, it's really funny, whereas the story and what they do with it is so uneven in terms of, man, when it's great, it's great. When it's not there, it fucking feels like a bag of bricks is weighing you down. But the fact that what keeps me going along is not the story getting sprinkled. It's the fact that they found a way to make the core gameplay loop in Persona 5 better. They made it faster. They made it swifter. They gave you more things to do. You got to a point where, like, you will never stress about not having enough time to do stuff in Royal like you do in any other Persona game. Time management is still there, but homie, I had read every book and had maxed out skills before the Hawaii trip.
Yeah, like, I think it was like late October when I got all my stats maxed out, and I got all of them except for kindness maxed out by like September.
So one of the reasons I wanted to max mine out so much is because I actually didn't know if you could get a perfect score, like get top in class before finals. I wondered if that was actually possible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you were just mentioning, just so many great changes, and what's so funny is, like, on paper, they are all so tiny, but they add up so well. Buffing gun damage, technical attacks. Like, technical attacks open things up so much. Skill accessories, not only that being amazing on their own in terms of what they do with your party customization, but will seeds. Will seeds becoming unique skill accessories, refining those will seeds because of Jose and making them have those 2-in-1 skills that are just awesome to put on your party. It's like they have awesome little touches to it. Like, the biggest standout with gameplay, at least for me, is Showtime attacks. Showtime attacks make all-out attacks look like fucking Microsoft Paint drawings.
Mm-hmm.
Like, once you have unlocked Showtime attacks, you kind of just want to be like, hey, can I just do these instead of, like, watching, like, the JPEGs mash into each other?
Yeah.
Weird little thing that, like, I guess is kind of a complaint, but I just never really kind of saw the point of it. Futaba having an all-out attack is cool, and I like the little cute animation. That was the one chance you had to show her DLC costumes ever being used, and every time it's only the same default costume.
Yeah, even though it's still the DLC costumes for the other characters.
Yeah, like think about it. Like we give a lot of shit to like Kasumi and stuff with it, but like I don't know. It's just like how do people? And I mean, I guess because like I'm not a huge Futaba fan. Like she's just cool or whatever, but I don't love her, hate her. Like my thing with this, like, why is there ever been DLC costumes for this navigator you never see outside of greeting areas?
Right.
It's really odd. It's like you get to appreciate the DLC stickers for the Morgana car than you do for the fucking DLC costumes with Futaba. Other gameplay things I just really, really appreciated. The extra time in the social life with going to sleep later, on top of the fact that, like, little things like something most players ignored. I think this fact actually ever got out there, but the stat was 1% of Persona players did the crossword puzzle. Not like it's crazy like, hey, one guy did it, but like out of all the millions of players who've played Persona 5, 1% in the vanilla game did crossword puzzles. Because why do it otherwise? It took up time, it barely gave you any knowledge boost, you know? It was just kind of like, why do crossword puzzles in the original game? And it was very like kind of hidden and out of the way. Whereas this one, it turned, at least for me, it turned it into drinking trivia, like with Catherine. Where I did it because it wasn't because I wanted the point of knowledge. Like, yeah, sure, the free knowledge point was fun. It's because I like crossword puzzles and I liked the trivia that you learned by doing the crossword one.
Yeah.
So, like, even little gameplay elements like that, I really, really appreciated. Mementos is, for me, I actually never got super tired of going through it in vanilla. Then as I played through Royal, I went, oh, Mementos was bad in the last game. I just didn't know it yet. Because, like, adding all this new music, adding the stamps, adding the flowers, adding Jose, like, adding the randomization, adding all the new elements, all the new map variants. Like, in the vanilla game, like, Mementos, I'd see repeated designs, like, every 5 levels. Like, it was
even worse than Tartarus.
Yeah, it was kind of commendable how bad it is the more you think about Mementos. But, like, the way that they change it up for Royal, it's like it's a place that you could really just like spend hours and hours in without ever getting super bored, as long as you kind of enjoy those like roguelike elements.
Hey, well, you're talking to the guy who kind of doesn't hate Tartarus, so
yeah. Actually, I have a weird kind of I like the idea of just like turning my brain off and just like going up endless floors of all looking the same. Yeah. So I never really held it against it, hence why I didn't really ever mind all the stuff in Mementos before. But one little weird thing I brought up a couple of times, I'd be curious what you think. Did the old animations, when compared to some of the new stuff, stand out to you at all?
Not really.
Okay, so there are moments where this game has animations that like make me scratch my head of how they kept it in compared to how good some other things look. So like, take for example just like Ryuji's Showtime attack with Makoto. Very fluid, very fast, like you feel the weight behind them all. And then look at Ryuji's follow-up attack when he does it critical, and when he spins his arm he looks like a PlayStation 2 game.
Oh, yeah, now that I think about it, you're right.
So, like, those uneven aspects, like, it doesn't make the game worse, it just kind of makes you wonder, like, if they just, like, gave all the game that effort for all the new stuff they added, it would have just helped the whole game, because I just never felt like I was playing one cohesive new experience. I was playing, like you mentioned, the caramel apple. It's like, oh, man, this caramel's great. Oh, there's a soft spot underneath it, though.
Yeah. I think they were kind of trying to rush it out to get it out before the PS5.
Which is hilarious to me because this game was in development for 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, were they working on it the whole time, though?
They were, but through interviews we found out the team who made P4G is not very big. That team is not like a crazy big size, and on top of that, they did not really have that big of a budget. Like a good example is when they were doing the music, the first piece of music that was ever made was the theme song for the opening animation of Royal. and then they took a year and a half off to write all the music for dancing and the anime.
Did they also work on P3P?
I actually don't know if that's the same team. I would guess so, because timeline-wise, that would make sense. So I would say yes, that's also P3P.
Okay.
But yeah, another thing I was kind of curious though with you is the social life in terms of the new changes. I feel like that is a lot less kind of exciting once you get over the idea of Kichijoji being like, whoa, Kichijoji, like at least for me, was, hey, this is actually a pretty deep like area for Persona 5, but like the whole world of Persona 5 to me still felt like it was 80% menus. Like how did you feel about the world even after Royal?
I mean, yeah, I kind of felt the same. It was like, oh, Kichijoji, but then I'm like, oh, Kichijoji. It's just another place I can go.
Yeah, like it just kind of felt like, okay, it's the largest and most dense area in that whole game, and all it is like a handful of shops, a dart mini game, and a jazz club.
Right.
So like it's not like that impressive, and like not to a detriment of it. Like Kichijoji is like one of like my favorite spots to just chill. Like that darts mini game. I don't know how you felt about it, but like even with all the motion controls, I fucking loved that like mini game.
I mean, it was easy, but it was still fun.
I don't know if you've seen. Have you seen that Final Fantasy VII remake has a dart mini game?
No, I haven't.
It does. It is way harder, and those games have just the biggest hard-on for making darts look like the sexiest game of all time. It's really funny. Like I don't know when darts got big in Japan, but they really fucking love darts apparently. How did you feel when you found out that billiards is just a optional element? Like you don't ever actually play billiards, you just kind of watch people play billiards.
Yeah, it was just like meh.
It took a lot of it out of it for it. Like even like, did you know that like if you play billiards, you actually get like bonuses?
I mean, I never did it. So.
Yeah, most people don't. That's why I brought up, because similar to, did you ever do the darts bonuses to level up people's baton passes?
Oh yeah, I did that.
Like that's great. Like also we didn't bring up the fact that everyone can baton pass right away.
Yeah, that's
a lifesaver. That is a lifesaver really in the game. Just like a whole bunch of little things. I was talking about this a little bit in the chat, but I wasn't sure if your opinions ever changed the game, especially as you kind of thought that Royal was on the easier side of things. I love how they added in. Basically, not added in. I love how they communicate with the player now to make negotiations not easy, but easier. How did you feel about that, though?
I mean, I don't think Persona 5 had the best negotiation.
I did not like it. I didn't think it was very good.
Like, I mean, I don't know, because my opinion on negotiation, like, if you ask me which Mega 10 game did negotiation the best, it's Strange Journey, because like I feel there's a good enough balance of skill and luck. But Persona 5, like it works kind of the same way, but it's just I feel like it's just a little too easy.
Yeah.
Because like really you only have to get the last answer right.
Yeah, and that is always kind of a weird one of like it never feels like there's stakes. Like why ask me multiple questions if it's only the last one that matters at all? It's like when you have like a class in school and they're like the final's 90% of your grade. It's like, so why would I do anything besides the final?
Right.
Speaking of definitely not finals related things, shout out to Katsura Hashino, who was the director and the producer of Persona 3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden, and Persona 5 Royal. That guy makes some pretty good enhanced versions of games.
The true Chad.
The Chad. I don't even. It's really funny. Like there's so many like famous names at Atlas, but like people think of like the artist, the musicians, and like there's never like the director or like the writer. It's like most people who like. It's like, think about it like this. People who love Devil Survivor 2 don't know that the guy who did Devil Survivor Break Record immediately then went on to TMS.
Yeah.
It's like people that like kind of like think that those teams cross over in weird ways. So going into it though, for me, I don't know, like it felt like Persona 5 keeps trying to act like it's a really deep, immersive kind of sim, but I always feel like the weakest part of Persona 5, especially the more I play it, is like, yeah, its social elements is still the weakest in terms of it's the least fun. while Royal adds in a lot of extra new things, whether it be things like adding in new modes for the batting cages, or just like little optional like side events. Like, it adds more things in that world, but it never hit that point where I always felt like I had an endless swath of things to do, like I do with a Yakuza game. Whereas like Yakuza games are obviously meant to kind of feel a lot more open and grandiose and stuff for it. But when you're from the same parent company, it just seems so weird to me that you couldn't like have more crossover. And like a good example of this, going back to Sakura Wars, is, did you know that no one who worked on Sakura Wars worked on the cutscenes? The guy who does the cutscenes for Yakuza did the cutscenes in Sakura Wars.
That's kind of weird.
Exactly, but because Yakuza makes fucking hilarious, over-the-top, anime-inspired cutscenes. So why not?
Makes sense.
So it's just little odd things like that. I hope they kind of get to the point where, and I mean, you're even seeing this now with the Yakuza team doing more like crazy and creative stuff. Like, Jesus, dude, I cannot wait to play Yakuza 7.
Yeah,
like,
when are we gonna get that?
I'm very behind. I mean, hey, fuck, at least Sega's already announced that. Remember when that game got announced at TGS last year? A day after it got announced in English with the same team. So it's just like, clearly there's a bias of like, if you're mainline Persona or if you're Yakuza, you get top billing. Just never thought we'd live in a world where Yakuza gets more importance than like like Sonic games, I guess. But it's like, at the same time, it's like no one is wanting a Sonic game because they know that Sonic Team's gonna make something good. The Sonic game everyone wants is the game that can't be made right now.
Sonic Adventure 3.
You're one of those people.
Yes, I am. I liked Shadow the Hedgehog.
That's bold. That's bold of you to say. You said a lot of very bold things on here, but I appreciate that. It's like someone in the SMTN Facebook group. God bless them. Someone reported this person as they thought it might have been bait, but someone posted hard to swallow facts meme. And the thing underneath it was Nocturne is a bad game. And someone tagged me and was like, is he allowed to do this? And I said, listen, if you're going to come out here with such a wrong opinion, go for it. It's like jumping in front of traffic. You get what you deserve. Like, can you imagine? It's like, pick any other game and they'll be like, oh, dude, Nocturne sucks. It's like you could say Imagine sucks. Like, it's not true, but like, people aren't going to like defend that game like it's their grandmother. Like, people fucking love that game like it's their child.
Yeah.
So going back to Royal, gameplay wise, it's really just like nothing but positives for me. There were no changes that like I feel like were irredeemable or like were more like refined in the original. It's just one of those things of like, the gameplay for me felt so fast and so good and so satisfying that before I beat Royal, I was like, you know what? I could probably go back and try and platinum original P5. And now that I've played P5, like, the idea of going back to the vanilla from Royal, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna miss so much.
Like, I was working on my video today, and I opened up vanilla P5 to get some footage for comparison's sake, and like, I did not want to play that game any longer than I needed to. I'm just like, ugh, get this game off my hard drive.
Any other little things you want to last say about gameplay before I get into the actual goatee of this game?
Oh man, are we going to talk about the Thieves' Den?
Fuck yeah, we're going to talk about the Thieves' Den. Tell me how many hours you spent playing Tycoon. Right now, coward.
Like, 15 minutes?
You're a fucking coward.
Okay, to be fair, like, I completely forgot about the Thieves' Den up until I was
Everyone forgot, trust me. Everyone forgot about that mode.
Okay, but then like, before I started working on my review, I'm like, oh yeah, I should check out the Thieves' Den. So then I started like customizing it and stuff, and then I started playing Tycoon. I'm like, oh, this is fun, but at the same time, it would have been more fun if I was playing with real people.
Well, yes, that like tell me every option in the Thieves' Den does not just scream that it was supposed to have multiplayer and they ripped it out.
Right, I mean, it's the whole thing. But like, I think it's a cool feature. It's just like,
hold on, before you get in, I really need to stress why I hate that people saved the Thieves' Den for last. the Thieves Den is updating on your HUD for a reason, because it's so much more fun when you pop in and you keep unlocking things and you go back to check it out and be like, oh cool, look, I have this new thing, let me check out this new concept art. Like when you check it out at the end, like, Nyarly, in all reality, unless I come over to your house after all this quarantine stuff is done, you're going to have checked it out for the review, and you're never going to touch it again, right?
I mean, if I replay the game, which I probably will, I'll check it out, but
yes, but
I'm not gonna
it's
like
a separated thing from it. So many people just ignore it, which is like
now that I'm done with the game, I'm not gonna like boot up the game just so I can play the Thieves Den.
I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even like being a joke. This is a legitimate thing. Since I have beaten Persona 5 Royal, all I have done outside of capturing like extra little bits of like info for like the review, I will turn on that game, go to the Thieves Den, pick a song, and just play Tycoon for like half an hour to an hour, and I'll just be like, oh, cool, it's fun. It's just like, it's just so great, and like it sucks because like, yeah, if it had multiplayer, it would give you more incentive to like come back and do it more, but yeah, like once you've beaten the game almost, obviously there's the rewards in there, and if you like, let's say if this is like your only game this year, and you thought the trophy list is easy, great, good job. Get 100% in all the rewards, and it'll add like an extra 100 hours to that game. Like all the extra achievements are really, really helpful and stuff for adding more replay value, but like just like little things, like the weird stuff, like they have like the first 90 seconds of the Daybreakers OVA, but unsubtitled for like no reason. It's really fucking weird. But then on the other hand, they have like good stuff. Like the concept art is amazing. Like they have concept art for Royal that like we haven't seen in any of the concept art for P5 anywhere. Like the concert footage in like full Blu-ray quality is awesome to see, because like those arrangements from those Persona Live concerts are insane. Like, did you watch any of those?
Like I've listened to them. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an awesome feature. It's just like, okay, if Persona 5 had came out when I was a kid, like when I didn't have so much buying power and I was younger, I probably would have spent dozens of hours in the Thieves Den. But like now that I'm, an adult, I got like a whole bunch of games on my backlog and other stuff to do. It's just kind of something I just mess with for a little bit.
So I'm going to give a recommendation for anyone out there who has the Thieves Den. If you're still playing, keep checking out as much as you can, obviously, if you're interested. Also, the fact that you can like character swap and just run around there.
Oh yeah, I love that.
That's so awesome. Like they put so much work into this mode
that
people are ignoring.
What's bullcrap is that you can't control Morgana in his cartoon cat form.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, because I kept stepping on the tile to try to get it, but I got back to his human form.
You get real cat form, and
I got his real cat form. I never got his cartoon cat form.
Yeah, you get that one later. It's like unlocking weird stages. So, No, the thing I wanted to recommend, like two of my favorite little bits, specifically in the concert section that people need to check out, is, and people don't remember this. Oh, actually, no, there's three. These are really, really special. We're gonna work in reverse. All right. The first one is the everyday theme for P3, 4, and 5. It's where they play the walking around music from all three games, and they're sang by the vocalist on top of each other, and it sounds like it should be a fucking garbage mess, but it is amazing. And like it's just like it just shows like all the presentation. The crowd is amazing. It goes all over the place. The second one I want to bring up is kind of related. These are all going to be dancing themed for the last two. The Persona 3 and 5 mix that they have in here. The reason that's really special, if you remember, that mix they did, that's how they announced those games. Those games were announced by playing their theme song. So like think of how hype that would have been. The first time you ever get P3 and 5 confirmed dancing is at this live concert, and they have a mix of both theme songs playing at the same time. And not like the everyday one where they're like stacked on top of each other. This one's more, they do P3 and then P5 with all the cosplay dancers on the stage. So it's really, really cool and like shows off some of the crazy productions. But my absolute favorite one, because I'd forgotten that this is what happened. Nyarly, you never watched the 2015 2-day-long live stream that led up to the gameplay reveal of P5, right?
2015?
Yes, 2015. This would have been January, February. This was a 40-plus hour-long live stream. It's on my YouTube channel of the archive of us staying up for hours on end to watch this thing and live react, and oh my god, it was the worst stream ever, but it was so worth it because they showed that concert live, and that was when they revealed the P5 trailer, like the first proper gameplay trailer.
I remember waking up to the trailer, but I didn't stay up for the stream or anything.
Yeah, so just imagine, there's a video still on my channel. It is me. Let's see. So it's a Google Hangout. This shows how old it is. Me, Dylan, and Devin in my living room. Also on the call is Waffles, Patrick, Drew. I think that might have been it. There may have been someone else. If there's anyone else, I'm sorry I forgot you. But all these people you've met before. Nyarly, we're all just sitting up there. We've been up for hours on end. It's 5 in the morning, and I'm punching Devin in the leg to wake up because they fell asleep during the last song. And that's when that trailer got revealed. And seeing that reveal was the most insane thing ever because no one expected the reveal of P5 to actually live up to all the freaking delays. But that's not what this concert footage I'm recommending to you is. That same concert, they re-revealed Persona 4 Dancing. Because remember, Persona 4 Dancing was going to be made by the Hatsune Miku team at Dingo. And then the P Studio made it. They re-revealed that game at this same concert, the same way they announced P3 and 5 Dancing. That they just had the stage explode, and then dance started playing for the first time. So imagine watching this as you're waiting for P5 footage after almost 2 days straight, and then this dancing game on Vita you forgot exists gets re-announced, and it's fucking this was the time when a dancing game got announced, because people don't remember this. They shit on all the dancing spinoffs. I'm looking at you. When Persona 4 Dancing got announced, there was legitimately way more hype than skepticism, because people were like, holy shit, this looks great.
I mean, I was excited for Dancing All Night. I thought it was a pretty good game.
Love that ending. It's such a great ending. But yes, I highly recommend checking out all the stuff for it, but those 3 concert clips just always are really, really, really memorable for me. I've made it my life goal this year. I'm going to try and find a way to make Tycoon cards, and make them in reality, because playing would be so
I was
fun.
going to suggest that. It's Nocticon next
Yes!
year. Get a group to play Tycoon in real life.
But also, my dream is at a convention, I make a Tycoon deck, and that's the podcast. I put my phone in the middle of the table. The episode is us playing Tycoon on it.
I mean, that'd make for a good video.
I know. Also, unfortunately, I cannot believe this. How did they make a game with unique cards, and they made art for all these cards, and no collector's edition in the whole world came with a card deck?
I know, it's bullcrap.
Oh my god. So yes, as you can tell, if there's one thing I love more than some man-on-man Akechi Ren action, it's clearly the Thieves' Den. It's I had no idea I would love it this much. Because if you remember, when they announced it, it was it's a palace maker.
My Palace.
Yeah, it's oh, that sounds boring. And then I walked in there, and it's it's single-player Persona meets PlayStation Home.
It's the crib from NFL 2K5.
That's it. Listen, I'm too white to understand that reference, so I'm gonna pretend that I do.
Okay.
I'm a whatever born in 1993, or I understand PlayStation Home references. Is PlayStation Home too old for you? I hope.
I mean, it's not too old for me, but I just never bothered with it.
Oh my dude, I made some mistakes on PlayStation Home, let me tell you. But talking about mistakes, we've been doing this show for almost 3.5 hours, and we've not talked about a single bit of community questions or feedback. So Nyarly, before we do that and jump into community stuff, do you have any kind of little final bits? We're gonna give our final thoughts on the game in terms of, hey, here's what I kind of think. But before we go into community stuff, do you have any other topics you want to hit on?
Well, okay, let me ask you something. Takeover or Last Surprise?
Oh, dude, easy. Takeover. Takeover
yes,
is
thank you. Finally.
Takeover is the best fucking battle theme in this game, and the fact that it even allows you to do Last Surprise is listen, we're throwing you a bone, but we all know Takeover is the best one. That's why the game makes it as easy as possible to ambush every opponent, because it never wants you to hear Last Surprise ever again.
Exactly.
Oh my god, I love Takeover.
I mean, like, okay,
it's just, it's so good. It's so good.
like I was listening, like during, I'd say like a good half of my playthrough, I had the SMT if costume, so I was listening to Old Enemy Akira volume, but like at the last half of the game, I took that off and replaced Joker's with his default costume just because I wanted to keep hearing Takeover.
Speaking of DLC costumes,
Okay, back going like all the way back to what I was saying about music, like okay, if we're including Royal into the mix, then that probably puts Persona 5 from rank 5 all the way up until like rank 3.
so speaking of DLC costumes and music and a really little weird tangent, I have to just say this, dude. I came to this realization, like, not like it just hit me, it's been in my heart this whole time, I knew it was true. How sad is it that we live in a world where Tokyo Mirage Sessions has better Strange Journey DLC than Persona 5 Royal? And why is it better, you may ask? I actually think the costume looks better on that character, but because if you want to use those costumes in Royal, you have to hear that shitty fucking soundtrack from Deep Strange Journey. And that song is the most unfitting thing in this entire sound.
It's like, why? What was wrong with Fear of God?
No, you gotta promote Alex, even though we can't be bothered to make an Alex costume.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
we gotta promote our not so good character in a game with a much better character.
Tell me you would not rather listen to the soundtrack of Tokyo Mirage Sessions than any song from Deep Strange Journey.
I mean, if we're counting the original Strange Journey soundtrack.
No, this is specifically 3DS for a reason.
Okay, then yeah, I'd say I'd listen to TMS.
As you should. At least
it's not a strong yes, but
I know.
Yes.
The gun. You can tell the gun barrel was on the back of your head. Do you wanna pull one? Because we pulled both of our community members for asking either their opinions or questions that they wanted us to cover on here. Do you want to get the first one and let's just trade off for a little bit?
Yeah, I only picked a handful of them because most of the questions are going to be answered in my video, which hopefully will be up tomorrow. That was a plan, but this ended up going a lot longer than I was expecting.
Listen, man, we've talked about Fallout 76. We've talked about Shadow the Hedgehog. We've talked about...
No, we talked about Fallout 4.
Damn it. Well, now we have. We talked about both. We got them both. New Vegas is next, baby. Give me a question. All right. It's very late.
Okay, so the Frenchiest Fry asks, thoughts on Maruki and how he compares to other Persona or even SMT antagonists? I personally think he stands out as uniquely sympathetic, as his motivations are actually pretty understandable, even if he's going about them the wrong way.
So I'm gonna honestly just say my blowjob session of talking about how I thought he was the best villain in the whole Persona series probably answers that. Do you have any other extended thoughts on him though?
Nah, not really.
He's good. Actually, you ranked your music. Did you ever rank your final Persona bosses? Because you said you think 2 might be a little higher. Well,
yeah, but I mean, it's been years since I played 2 in Eternal Punishment.
Because you're a civilized man and you're waiting for that PSP remake that's coming any day now.
He's definitely better than Pandora. He's definitely better than. I don't want to say definitely, but he's probably better than Nixon Izanami. But I don't know if he's better than Nyarlathotep.
I will definitely say I had way more fun with him than fucking gas station attendant.
Yeah. But I mean, then again, Persona 2 admittedly is kind of an easy game too. Though Eternal Punishment's pretty difficult.
Yeah, that is a good point. Next up, and I have to just do this, we're going to do rapid fire for Persona 4 Forever, because this guy took his questions so seriously, he tweeted them all at you and then all at me. This is how you know he's thorough.
I just picked one of them.
Oh, no. We gotta...
We're gonna answer all of them.
We're gonna answer all of them, but not just like we're answering all of them. We're going to rapid fire on and off. So I'm gonna answer one, and you're gonna answer it, and then we're just gonna go to the next one as quick as humanly possible. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. Sure. Number 1, Jose. I'm not gonna read anything else, just that. What else do you have to say to Jose?
I don't know. He's helped, I guess.
All right. I'll accept that as an answer. Number 2, Where was Kasame during the fight with the Phantom Thieves at the very end of the vanilla game?
Probably working out or something.
No, she was in the budget gym,
Oh,
getting her budget on.
yeah, I wish she could have been fighting along with us, but the game was like, nah, we can't afford to animate the cutscenes.
Oh my god, you bring up another dumb thing, but I have to keep going. Number 3, I have to say, there's no other way around this. Did Yaldabaoth ever notice Kasame or Maruki?
Maybe.
I'm gonna say.
I mean, I'm gonna say no because I feel like if Yaldabaoth had noticed Maruki, he would have tried to do something.
Yeah.
Then again, he was kind of distracted by Joker.
That would have also ruined.
Then again, he
Maruki
is
as a
God,
character.
so.
If you think about it, it's like, oh, I'm good. Like, imagine if there was like a really cringy cutscene of like Yaldabaoth being like, Maruki, your persona shall now take the control of my control.
No, it's like. It's like Joker's about to shoot him, but he's got like a force field up, and then he notices Mark. He's like, "What are you doing?" And the Joker shoots him. That would have been hilarious.
I'm like, I don't know why in my head I'm just imagining that scene from Revenge of the Sith where like Emperor Palpatine is Yaldabaoth, Anakin is Maruki, and Joker is Mace Windu, and he's just like, no. Number 4. Did Maruki know about what happened during the final battle with the Phantom Thieves? That's a big no, because he was getting his awakening right then. So he probably didn't even know that the God of Control was a thing.
He was probably too busy.
Number 5. Why were Joker, Akechi, and Kasumi / Sumeri not affected by Maruki's reality? I'm going to answer this one just because I feel like I kind of gave you that realization of they all were. You just don't realize it until you realize that Joker's reality is the one with Akechi in it.
Right.
Oh no! I lost my thingy with him. Here, you go on to another one as I pull up because he had like 3 others left. So what was another one, but not from him, from your community?
Okay. Well, I only screenshotted that one, so.
No, you're good. Because I think you shot me a couple other ones, unless you need one right now.
Oh, okay. You want me to get to one of my other questions?
Yeah. From your side, it's not. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Robbie asks Okumura boss fight thoughts. It's probably my least favorite palace boss in the game because they don't actually really fight him. You just fight a whole bunch of his robots.
It's a shame because, and I go into this a lot more with my review. I actually really like the changes they did to that boss fight in terms of adding a cognitive version of Haru and what that means. I think they do a really good job with that. The problem is, and this is the best way I found to equate it, and I don't know how you feel about it. Sorry, I'm dying. The boss fight legitimately feels like it was only tested on Merciless and Safety. Every other difficulty level it's busted on.
I mean, I didn't have any real problems with it.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it wasn't tested. It's just one of those things that I've done like the looks of it because I also didn't have an issue with it, but when I started seeing like people complaining about it, especially in our group, like people were like, "Holy fuck, what happened to this fight?" And I was helping a friend of the show, Audrey. She was like playing on normal. And when I was doing it, I was like, what is happening? Like, I'm only like 1 or 2 levels behind. The problem is, if you don't go in there with a good build and have all your bases covered, you can get fucked in that, and the time limit does not help with you getting fucked.
I had a really overpowered build. Like, I was using Melchizedek, and he had gun amp and triple down, so it was basically charge, triple down, charge, triple down, charge, triple down.
Yeah, so it's like, obviously, you can do the fight on any mode, but it's just one of those things if I had to stretch, like, it's not that it's a bad fight, it was just poorly tested. And because it's super easy on Safety for obvious reasons, and it's super easy on Merciless because all the weakness damages are buffed. Next question, number 5. Oh, my bad. Number 6. Do you think that Joker by canon can use DLC? No. I hate DLC personas. It's fine if you use them. No, we don't count them.
Isn't Raoul supposed to be his ultimate third persona?
Yes, he is. And that is a slap in the face of just everybody involved. It's actually like one of the grossest things about DLC personas, the fact that his third evolution is a fucking DLC.
Yeah. You got Lucifer, so you don't really need him.
True, but at the same time, if you wanted a cool-looking persona canonly, you have to feel bad about having paid for him. That was his myriad of bajillions questions. Do you have another one on your side that you've left?
Let's see. Fletch asks, where would you rank the third semester story arc among the other arcs in P5? Definitely at number one.
Yeah, number one. It's like unfair
No
to the
doubt.
rest of the story in the game of how good that it ends.
Yeah.
Question from Zeron at Kaito Zeron says, "What did you think about the music added in Royal?"
Amazing.
So I'm amazed at how like deep it was of like the Jazz Club song sounding so great because it didn't sound like a P5 song. The Jazz Club song just sounded like you were at a jazz club.
Yeah.
The 8-bit remix for the Feathermen. Oh my God, Maruki's Office theme I could just listen to for
Dude,
like on
the
loop.
the Maruki final boss theme is freaking amazing.
Yes, that final one is super amazing.
Like, the thing about the new soundtracks in P5 are, like, they still feel like they belong in P5, but they just sound so much better.
Yeah, and it's really funny because I don't know if you've seen any of the development stuff with it, but the whole Atlas sound team, out of all of them, only 2 were primary on it, and another 2 helped contribute to a couple of songs. So like that whole like sound team of like dozens and dozens of people working on it ended up being like 2 guys and 2 other people helping out.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's really weird how like for like a side project like the music ended up shining as much as it did, and it's funny because they didn't really add a ton. There's like around 30 or so new tracks, but like every little one in there resonates with me harder than the original game soundtracks did, which is pretty freaking cool. Plus, again, shout out to the fact that it actually gives reference to SMT1.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have another one on your side?
Let's see. Blake asks, are there any story upgrades? Well, I mean, yeah, we did talk about this, so yes.
Well, in this one, I actually kind of almost want to think like, so would you say there's anything from the original game story that is now better because of Royal?
Well, Makoto for one thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I guess for me, I can say Akechi again is just indefinitely improved.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick one more question on my side, and then I'll let you pick one, and because I want to wrap our final talk up with your favorite topic of all time. Love the Caramel at I Eat Caramel 703 says Royal was perfection. I just wish I could have used Goro and Kasumi more. The best part has to be Goro for me, and I like how Joker, even though he is a silent protag, he showed a bit less of that during Royal, and I like it. Also, Maruki is best non-evil villain. All facts. This man spitting straight facts. What is your final community poll?
It is by waiting for SMT5, and he asked, what do you think P5R did worse in the base game, or what did you prefer from the base game over Royal?
That's a great question.
I mean, like, technically, I don't think there's anything worse, but I kind of miss Takemi's old voice actress.
I am so glad you did this because it actually segues into our next topic. DLC! This game has worse DLC than the first game!
That too.
How did they do it? Okay, so yeah, we're going to end this on DLC because of course we're going to talk about DLC. Did you think we were going to have a 4-hour podcast and not talk about this game's bullshit? Okay, so I've talked about this game's DLC a lot, and have you even told me anything of what you think? I mean, besides obviously before it came out of us shitting on it, but I actually don't think you've like told me like, so what have you bought, what have you used, and what are your total thoughts? Like, just give it all to me. I want to.
I haven't bought anything. I got the Royal, like I got the Legacy DLC bundle, which is free, but I haven't spent any money on the DLC.
You're a braver man than me. What's funny is when I'll share DLC. Either screenshots or videos. Like I did, I showed Akechi's Showtime attack in his dancing outfit. It looks really, really great because his hair actually gets wet in the rain through the outfit, which is nice. It's like a cool little touch. And then someone was like, "Man, you're really making me want this DLC," and I just don't. I bought it so
go there.
I bought it so you guys don't have to. Don't spend the second $60 on this. So I'm glad you stuck to your word because I know you were kind of tempted when the first DLC came out.
I was when I saw the Strange Journey DLC, I was tempted, but then I saw it was Alex's theme. I'm like, nope.
It's like, dude, even the results theme, it's so unfitting. It's like no one like actually thought, hey, do I want to hear this result theme for like a million times? But then you compare it to like the SMTE if results theme, and you're like, fuck yeah, let's crank
That was
this
amazing.
let's crank this for an hour. So, as someone who hasn't bought it though, but has kind of picked it up from the outside, what is your thoughts now that the dust is all settled and we've gotten a good idea of everything going on with the DLC?
Well, after playing the one challenge battle that's included with the game, it makes me even angrier because the challenge battles were actually fun, but I only got 1 out of 7 of them.
Actually, there's 6 total. There's 5 that are DLC.
But it tells you like out of 7 on the screen.
Oh, then I miscounted everything and I fucked up in my review. Thanks for reminding me. No, yeah, that is easily one of the most egregious things Atlus has ever done with DLC. Because it's not that they locked off DLC battles. Is that no matter who you are, this game shows you that you are not getting the complete experience.
Yeah, like, I mean, even like for all the dumb DLC stuff that vanilla P5 did, it didn't actually like wave anything in front of you and say you gotta buy our DLC if you want this.
Yeah, like there's a reason one of my most popular fucking tweets of all time before Royal came out was showing footage of the Japanese game saying, "Hey guys, you see this? Those locks are there if you don't buy the game. They're always there. That doesn't show up if you buy one and then the rest kind of pop into the menu. They are always there, and they always will just say, proceed to the PlayStation Store to unlock."
Yeah.
And, like, it's really, like, it was so bad that, like, I don't even know if you remember this, but, like, I broke streaming embargo to show that in English. I was so offended by the time it hit me in English that I had to pre-release share that online and be like, hey guys, just letting you know, this is garbage. Here's what it looks like in English. It's offensive. It's terrible. I know Atlas West has no control over it because they have no control in terms of the actual game design at all anymore. But, like, it's not only that it leaves a bad taste in your mouth, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth for everything else with the DLC. Like, everything that I could say good about the DLC, I have like 3 other things I could say bad. Going back to Kasumi, you have to, like, how long did it take you until you got to the 3rd semester? For me, it was literally 80 hours.
For me, it was 100.
Yeah.
But that's also probably an exaggeration because there were times I let the game sit.
Either way, you shouldn't have to pay DLC for a character that you can use in 2 locations, Mementos and the Final Palace, with their costumes. It's so
Especially
crazy.
when what's also bullcrap is that, like, for the new DLC bundles, her costumes still aren't included in there.
Yes, she is separate. All of her DLC is a $15 separated download, and it is infuriating to me because, like, also if you go to the PlayStation Store, nothing on there says, hey, this costume will not unlock until the end of the game. And what's so funny is, like, even if they did all of that, they could have saved themselves a little bit. Like, I would not be this mad about the Kasumi stuff taking until the end of the game if, let's say, on New Game Plus you can use any party member at any time. Because it's New Game Plus, so why does it fucking matter? But no, you can still only use it in those 2 locations. Oh my god. DLC personas, like I said, just make the game stupid easy. Raoul being the 3rd evolution form is really stupid.
Well, I mean, and if you wanna cheese your way through the game, you already got the legacy DLC personas.
Okay, here we'll go into this. I feel like, and I hate that I always, like, am trying to, like, sound like I'm a fucking asshole and, like, really cynical when it comes to this legacy DLC. I know you, and I know a lot of other people are really happy that DLC's free. People should not praise Atlus for making that DLC free. Like, think about it like this. What's a game that Atlus just put out, has free DLC, implemented infinitely better, and is a whole lot more fair? Tokyo Mirage Sessions has all of its DLC already in the game without any extra download needed, and on top of that, it's actually sprinkled throughout the game so you don't just get this massive dump of overpowered shit.
But that game wasn't published by Atlus, it was published by Nintendo.
I know, but, like, their DLC was very similar to the 3DS games of, like, here's the XP bonus dungeon, here's the item bonus dungeon. Like, it had a lot of Atlus trimmings in it, especially with, like, the costumes and DLC dungeons. So, like, the fact that, like, they've shown as a company that, like, hey, we can weave DLC into this game is, like, I would have just appreciated, like, unlocking even the legacy costumes, like the way you do in TMS, it feels satisfying. Even though it's these costumes I've bought before, like, and they do it smartly because of the way TMS Encore does it. It's like you get some new costumes and you get some old costumes. So like you're kind of weaving in, like, because like they do it really smart. What's the more popular series? Persona. What's one of the earlier costumes you get? Joker looking really fucking weird, but it's funny. What's one of the last costumes you unlock? It's the Deep Strange Journey costume, which looks great. That's like one of the last costumes you unlock in the game. So like they do like cool stuff like that, but it's just like getting it all at once. It feels empty, and then at the same time, people saying, "Oh, thank you, Atlas. You're giving us this free DLC." There's a couple of extra points. Number one, like I said, it's already in the game data. Like, you're not downloading anything. Like, it shouldn't have to be a key you unlock. So let's say if you bought a disc for Persona 5 and you don't have internet access, you'll never get that free DLC. Like any other self-respecting, like even game companies, like, people shit on all the time, like EA and Activision, even when they do Game of the Year editions, that shit's at least on the disc and ready to go. Like, they don't make you jump through that extra hoop and then expect a thank you when it's all done. And if you remember going to the marketing as well, they fucking leaned into that free DLC like they were giving you the best blowjob of your life. They're like, look, this got all of this DLC's free. You see all this stuff you didn't like before? It's all free now. You're welcome. In Japan, they had to pay money for it, but this is free. You're welcome, guys. And it's like, hey, numbnuts, you sold that DLC 3 years ago. It all should be free now. Who's buying the PS3 DLC of Persona 5 in the year 2020?
A poor person?
No, nobody. And guess what? That DLC is not free. Why isn't if you're going to make the DLC free for Royal, why don't you also at the same time, like, you know, those people who paid $60 3 years ago? Why don't you thank them as well? Because guess what? Not everyone can afford a new copy of Royal.
Right.
So it's just like, and I just hate it because like it makes
me
sound
again,
like a fucking.
I think
it just makes me sound like a fucking asshole for complaining about free stuff not being delivered a right way. I just hate it because I can tell they're giving it to fans for free as a way to cover up the fact of, like we said, in the marketing, they only talked about the free DLC. They never were like, hey guys, we've got Persona 3 and 4 Battle DLC. Like, of course, like, because there's no way they can market that DLC without looking like scumbags.
Right.
I'm sorry, I went on a tirade there. What were you going to say?
Well, what I was going to say was the, like, you still get the old DLC Personas, but they're just so overpowered. I felt bad about using them, so I didn't do it.
Yeah, and like, yeah, and that all goes into the whole balance thing. It's not like the game is really pushing you anyway on the other side of things, so it's just like a weird lose-lose situation of like, hey, get all this stuff, but at the same time, like, make sure you don't use too much.
I felt like I was cheating.
Yeah, like you have to hold. It's like you're making yourself have to play the game on a harder, like, plane just because you've got too many tools at your disposal. Like, if you buy all the DLC, dude, you legit get every skill card in the game. It just is like, hey, here's every skill card because you bought the battle pass. God. It's like,
if I ever do a challenge run of P5R, I'm gonna make it so that I can't use any of the DLC items.
I hate that, like, that is considered one, but I get it because, like,
and like
most people are going to.
I would also make it so that, like, I can use DLC Personas, but I have to fuse them. I can't just buy them from the compendium for 0 yen, by the way.
Yeah, there's just no actual weight behind using that. Like, it doesn't feel like you're having to, like, actually give something up. There's no equivalent exchange.
Yeah.
I'll say this. The Persona Q costumes are amazing. Whatever poor 3DS artist had to make Kasumi fucking nailed it, even though that she'll never be in that game. Did any of the new costumes tempt you at all? Like, the big standouts for me were, I loved the PQ pack, and the Dancing in Starlight pack was actually really, really great.
Nah, it was just... It was the only one that tempted me at any point was the Strange Journey DLC costumes, but then, you know, like you said, Alex's theme, no.
It's not,
if it was Fear of God, I probably would have bought it.
It's just weird because, like, that Strange Journey has an amazing cast, And they literally let you choose from 2 costumes. Do you want to have Demonica armor, or do you want to be Demonica Jack Frost? That's all you get. Like,
Are there black Demonicas?
no, that's the thing. No black Demonicas, no
Bruh.
Jimenez, like no nothing, like no like other like the whole crew. Like you have that whole crew to select from. Like you look at all the effort that went into like the Catherine DLC pack of like, here we're going to theme every character in Catherine off of character in Persona 5. Like that works. That's cool. That's
And then,
interesting.
then you got the Rido DLC costumes.
Oh my god, that's so
You got
good.
Rido Joker.
Even the little stuff where they're all using the same costumes, like the Persona 1 and 2 ones of like having Akechi being in a different school outfit, like in him being June, like stuff like that's great.
Yeah, like wait, does Yusuke have a Seven Sisters costume?
I think he does, but I might be wrong. It's been
I
a
just
minute.
like for the DLC costumes, I just gave the characters the costumes for other characters that they reminded me of. So like Ryuji was Kanji, Yusuke was I think he was Makoto from P3, and Anne was Lisa. I'm not gonna say that.
One other thing, and this is obviously a little bit of a weird note, but going back into kind of our complaints about the unfitting music, especially with some DLC stuff like Strange Journey, after playing Scramble, I cannot go back to the fact that music is stuck to a costume. Like, why can't I mix and match costumes and music? Why does it have to be one costume for one song?
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
imagine if you played it like Scramble, where when you have all the DLC, just have all of those songs on rotation and tell which ones you want to hear and which ones you don't want to hear, no matter what you're wearing.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Why not have an option? Like the whole reason I put Joker in his like default costume, but kept everyone else in their DLC costumes was because I wanted to hear Take Over.
Yeah, and that's like the tough part too, because like I really want to experience some of the new music, but I also want to check out some of the DLC. I mean, listen, we're so worked up. Even your dog was barking about it. We just can't hide it anymore. It's just, it sucks. It sucks it's there. And because, like, honestly, and I give you a lot of shit about this because I do like this game, but it is true. No matter how you look at it, whether you're for Persona 3 and 5 Dancing or you're against it, that game had one of the most aggressive and turn-off-ish DLC methods Atlus has ever done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't be so adamant in my dislike of that game if it weren't for the DLC.
I feel stronger in a negative sense for Royals DLC. There is less of it, but the stuff in here is more offensive to me than all of 3 and 5 Dancing. And
but I mean, but at the same time, Royal wasn't sold as 2 different games.
Yeah, yes, but at the same time, you could say it is, because guess what? They sold you Persona 5 and they sold you Royal.
But that was 3. But at least that was 3 years apart. It wasn't on the same day.
I know.
And they also did lock an entire game behind their expensive special edition.
Exactly. But like there are a whole bunch of different like weird comparisons and things you could get into for it. But like this also almost kind of goes into more of my overall thoughts. But like at the end of the day, they released Royal too soon. I love this game. This would be a much more universally, and obviously it's the fucking highest rated review game on Metacritic this year. Like, this game is already reviewing great, not a big problem. How many new people have you heard buying Royal?
None.
Exactly, dude.
I mean, a couple people, but they're people I know personally,
but like,
and they want to get into Persona, so they're like, hey, should I play? What Persona game should I start with? I mean, Royal just came out, so get that.
Yeah, Royal is like the best starter. Like, there has not been a easier recommendation to get people into the series since Persona 4 Golden, right? Like, Royal just makes...
This is on a console that most people own.
Exactly, and I'm going to take that in stride because we're at 4 hours. But, Vita's slack aside... like coming at it from the fact of a overall fan, we're all going to buy it because we're Atlus fans anyways, whether we hate on it or not, because we want to check out the new content. The fact of the matter is, most fans, even though we all bought it, I think a lot of our reception would be more positive if this even just waited a year and was like a PS5 exclusive. Because the fact that it's been 3 years, but Nyarly, it's on the same console I played it on for the first time last time.
But I mean, at the same time, Persona 5 was also on the PS3, so I feel like if Persona
That
3,
shouldn't give it a pass
if
because it still launched on PS4.
right,
Like
yeah, I'm
just
okay. I mean,
just because it
here,
played on PS3, even you have to be aware you were the minority. When that game came out in 2017, you were lucky if 10% of people were playing that version.
well, I mean, but like, here's the thing to think about, because like, I feel like what happened with the development of the original P5 is that it was originally planned to be a PS3 exclusive, because when they started developing it, they were expecting the PS4 to be backwards compatible with the PS3, but then when it was announced that that wasn't going to be the case, that's when Atlas was like, oh shit, maybe we should put this on PS4.
Okay, so I actually know why the PlayStation 4 thing happened. I'm gonna give it a really, really quick TLDR on it, just because I don't
Okay.
kind of want to leave it. Okay, you are correct. PlayStation 3 exclusive was the plan the whole time. Obviously, as we know, Catherine basically exists as a test bed for that engine. Even though it's really funny because a lot of the stuff they did with that engine didn't really translate into Persona 5. So
Right.
Persona 5's development kept having hurdles, technical hurdles, not really, more so design, writing, flowing, just like all areas of production just kept hitting into roadblocks. Cough, cough, SMT5. Um, those pushbacks in production eventually came to a pass ahead when, guess what? A year before that game was originally planned to come out, the PlayStation 4 is about to come out. Guess what, guys? If you remember, 7 years ago, everyone thought the PlayStation 4 was going to be the last generation. Because everyone had been moving on to other stuff, consoles were dying. This is the last thing that's ever going to happen. Like, the market is changing, consoles are dead, handhelds are forever just stupid, blah blah blah. The mentality at the time was that the PS4 at best was going to break even. No one at the time had any idea that the PlayStation 4 was going to be as big of a hit as it was, even in Japan, where it has performed like almost like the weakest out of all of the PlayStation family systems, not counting handhelds. So when they saw the worldwide like success and hype, and they saw how deep into production delays they still were, they looked at the numbers, and even a year later, they came to the realization of, we cannot break even if this just comes out on PS3.
Right.
We will bankrupt the company again. Like, we just got out of a bankruptcy with SMT4. We are going to bankrupt the company again, and we have to get this on PS4. And when that game got announced as PS4 in 2014 at TGS, one of the big caveats with that was it getting a Sony push, because Sony was not going to push that game on PS3. You're not God of War 2. You cannot release a year after the PlayStation 3 and get a bump in PlayStation 2 sales. Like, it's a different world. Shit's really weird, and like, I gave you guys a hard time on your podcast a couple weeks ago when you said P5 was the last PS3 game. For all extents and purposes, dude, it
Okay, that was
was.
okay. That wasn't me that said that. I was gonna
I
correct him, but we're
I
already
know,
gone.
but I'm saying you guys have a point. While that's not factually true, no one gave a shit after P5 on PS3. No one was sitting here writing blog posts about why you should still be playing FIFA 17 on PS3. Like,
And
that
again,
was its
even
last big thing.
like I just did it for nostalgia reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it had a lot going against it. That market changed at ways they had no idea and had no way of controlling. And that game's development had so many fucking delays. They were like, we
Yeah.
have to make sure this game sells. That, like, it sounds really like petty, but at the end of the day, P P5 is only on PS4 because they needed sales. That's why there was no real technical benefits to that game at all.
Do you know anybody besides me that got it on PS3?
I do. I know a couple of people just because, like, I mean, you have to remember at the time, like, the fucking SMT network, there was a lot of like people who were like,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna buy a PS4 for P5, but like some of us can't afford it. So I knew a lot of
Right.
people who were in that camp. It was basically like at that time, I would say it was like 60% PS4 owners and like 40% were PS3. But there's that weird mix of like, there's a ton of collectors on SMT network, and so a lot of them were like, yep, buy both, whatever.
Yep.
So yeah, that's that little thing. I'm gonna give another shout out though, because I hate that this is as good as it is, and I'm not telling anyone to buy it because I really don't like the practice sell for it. I hope
Wait till it's cheaper.
they'll never put the DLC on sale. They'll put the bundles on
No,
sale. They'll
oh, I
never.
thought we were talking about the game.
No, 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 no. Honestly, so yeah, that's how I kind of want to end the show. But just wrapping up my DLC thing, I'm really sad because challenge battles is like one of like a rarity for me. I normally don't care about score attacks in games, especially turn-based RPGs, but they do a really cool thing with the system in terms of those like little elements, you know, like with the multipliers. And like there's a reason they put that first one in there for free, Nyarly. Because it's fun. You're gonna play that and go, oh shit, dude, that's fun. And then someone's gonna turn to you and say, hey, Nyarly, isn't Persona 3 one of your favorite games? Do you want to do that fight in this game?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So, a whole bunch of poo-poo. I don't like it. I really, really just recommend nobody support it at all. If you're going to do the DLC, be mindful of it, but I know it's hard because they took all the a la carte options out of it and are now forcing it primarily into bundles. But we have absolutely got to fucking wrap up this show.
Yeah, I'm starving.
That being said, our final verdict, I want you to go first, Nyarly. Not only your final takeaways on Royal, even after this conversation, but for the general listener out there, if they have played P5, how would you recommend this game to them? Because I feel like we're both in the same agreement of, hey, if you like obviously no first timer is going to listen this fucking deep into a 5-hour goddamn podcast.
No, but maybe they can tell some of their friends.
Exactly, like this is the new de facto game. If you know someone interested in the world of Persona, this is the game to recommend. The price does not matter. Obviously, a 100+ hour RPG is worth the $60. I am more coming at this of how do we feel about telling fans who bought Persona 5 for $60+ 3 years ago now with Royal. So what is your kind of takeaway in that direction?
It is okay. I mean, if you felt similar to it about I did, I'd say wait till it to go on sale for like $50 or $40. But I mean, if you're a diehard fan,
it's already at that price. It's already dropped to $50.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna go get it, I guess.
You can pick it up physically at Walmart. Even they still have the steelbook versions around where we live, dude. It is $49. I have seen it on Amazon. It kind of fluctuated in price, but I've already seen it as low as $45 in some places.
Okay, well, get it at 45 then. But I mean, but I'd also say like if you're a diehard P5 fan, get it. But then again, they probably already got it.
Yeah, that just makes like the whole thing like so weird. It's like I recommend, obviously, to anybody new. But I gotta give you like it's a huge caveat because like I love so many things in this game.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, it's not are you willing to spend the $60 or not? Because guess what? If you already have, you bought it a month ago. But the thing that comes down to it is if you are sitting there and think to yourself, do I want to replay this 100 hours for a new experience? You will be disappointed because that 100 hours is primarily going to be the same until you get to the end. But if you're coming at this and you know that that end is fucking slam dunk and you are cool with just being introduced to a lot of new gameplay changes, it is a fine game, but just be aware that it has a ton of little problems that stick out the more you think about it.
Yeah, but like, and another thing is like it's kind of hard to recommend a re-release for a game you already played when there are just so many other like new games coming out.
Oh my god, I know.
most people I follow on Twitter are playing Animal Crossing, and if you want another game that involves killing demons, I'd recommend Doom Eternal.
You are like the only one I know who's been really positive on that, and I haven't spoiled myself on a lot of people's opinions because I'm still trying to do my weird Doom playthrough, and I'm sitting over here playing Doom 3, but I gotta say, you're like the only one I know who's been like, yeah, man, I like Doom Eternal. Everyone I know has been like, yeah, Doom Eternal was too bloated.
Seriously?
Yeah, a lot of people were like, it's got too much story. It doesn't do the stuff people liked from 2016. But like I said, I've not played all of 2016, and I have not even touched Eternal, so I am not in the boat to get into this at all.
I mean, I'll probably replay 2016 and then decide, but like as of right now, from what I remember, 2016, I'd say they're about equally good.
Okay. Final stuff I want to say, Nyarly, thank you so much for coming on. I physically am shook at the idea of imagining if we even had one extra person on here. How long this would be?
I was thinking about asking if anyone else wanted to, but I'm glad I did.
You guys want to get in on this? Come on, we're at hour 4. Let's roll it in. thank you for coming on this. Thank you if you listened to this, all of you listeners out there, whether you be fans of Nyarly or fans of the SMT network. I really appreciate it. I appreciate Atlas for giving us a copy of this. I know, I feel like it's very easy to remember, especially when you're ending on it with a negative note. But at the end of the day, this was a awesome game. Just for me, it is far from being like my favorite game of 2020. Like honestly, for you, tell me if I'm wrong or not. You almost sound more into Doom Eternal than you were the overall experience of Royal.
Okay, I don't think like playing Royal. I don't think Doom Eternal is better than Royal.
So would you say as of now? And I don't mean this to sound like concrete because we're in fucking April. Actually, it's May now. That's how long this episode was. Like, do you have a goatee for 2020 right now?
Well, I mean, right now it's Royal, but there are also a bunch of other games that are still yet to come out, like Cyberpunk.
Well, I can confirm that there is a very low chance of that actually being my game of the year.
If it comes out this year.
There's a good chance that game gets delayed. I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, I know a lot of people would be sad about that. Nyarly, you're probably a good betting man. You probably already know what my game of the year is so far.
Maybe.
Oh my god, dude! If you get this wrong, I'm gonna make you record for like.
I'm tired. I'm sorry.
We talked about it for like 2 days. It has a Roman numeral in it.
13.
Oh my god, you're disgusting. No, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, that was embarrassing. That's how I know you're tired and hungry. All right, everybody. Well, goatee talk aside. Oh, okay. I'm actually going to be mean, and instead of making you record for another hour, I'm going to say this. You have 2 questions, because I want this to be a time capsule for the end of the year.
Okay.
Nyarly, at the end of the year, what do you predict? Do you predict that Scramble will be a more popular game in the community than Royal, or vice versa, and then what do you think your personal opinion will be from your little experience of Scramble and all of your time in Royal?
I'm predicting that Scramble is going to be more popular and that I'm going to like it more.
That is my current... Yeah, honestly, before FF7, Scramble was my game of the year.
And half the reason I say that is because it's also coming to Switch.
That's okay. Switch version's alright. Thank you guys so much for listening again. Nyarly, where can they find you if they'd like to stalk you and see all your very good opinions on Shadow the Hedgehog?
You can find me on my... Well, I don't do videos on Shadow the Hedgehog, but you can find me on my channel.
Give it time. Give it time. You'll do one eventually.
It's youtube.com/c/Nyarly, Nyarly, and you can follow me on Twitter. My @ is crawling_Nyarly.
No coffee pimp? You don't want to pimp them giving you some money?
I mean, my links to my... I don't actually know what my Ko-Fi URL is off the top of my head, but you can find it on my YouTube channel. Just look at the top right corner.
It'll be somewhere where you can find him. You can find ways to pay him if you look hard enough.
Yeah.
Thank you guys again. If you would like to follow me, my personal account on Twitter is @Torchwood4SP. You can follow the podcast at SMT Network on Twitter. Join our Facebook group by going to facebook.com/groups/SMT Network. You can give us those new care reacts. Those are very fun. Check out my brand new 30+ minute long Persona 5 Royal review on my YouTube channel just by searching Persona... Well, that's how I am tired. Just by searching Spencer Presley or by searching Shin Megami Tensei Network, you'll find links for all of our stuff we mentioned in the comments below. Holy crap! This might have been like the longest episode since like the P5 Wear the Mask event episode we did with everybody.
Remember the Metal Gear Solid 5 episode? That was like 6 hours.
Woo, that was a good one. Were you part of helping out with our little fan intro in that, or no? You weren't. You probably.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, that was a great episode. I remember editing that.
I think I listened to like half of it.
If you guys want like a blast from the past, look at our episode 100. That like I've I have promised myself I will one-up it for 200. Episode 100 was I interviewed everyone I've ever interviewed before again. On top of like a 2-hour episode. It was like 8 hours long. It was quite the scheduling nightmare, but was very, very fun. I forgot that I had done that so many years ago. Either way, I will let our final goodbye come from Nyarly outside of yawning, so please send us off so we can go to bed.
Bye.
愛 僕らが二度